personally, and I know about the work that he's doing. So also very, very excited to hear more about what he has going on just before Christmas and before that the year ends. And then Cornelia Kutter, who is EU Senior Director, who is Senior Director of EU Government Affairs, apologies, at Microsoft, Privacy and AI Policies, Corporate and External and Legal Affairs. In her role, Cornelia is responsible for privacy and AI policies in the European Union, with a focus on how new technologies impact society and how laws and regulatory frameworks will evolve to meet expectations of society. She's currently leading a team working on corporate affairs and regulatory policies, including competition, market and content regulation, responsible data use and privacy, as well as telecommunication. I'm really happy to call Cornelia a mentor. So it's very nice to be able to be in the position to ask her questions. I have learned a great deal from her, and I'm sure everybody else present today will learn a lot from her speech and from answer to the questions. So having introduced everybody and potentially misspelled some names in the process, for which I apologize again, I'm in the possession of a long, complicated name, so I know how that feels. I will give the floor to our first speaker, Ms. Laura Galindo Romero. And the question to get everything started is that the OECD has released its principles for artificial intelligence over 2 years ago now, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was back in May 2019. So I'm curious, and I think everybody else is curious, is where do you see things going right now? What has happened in the past 2 years, and where do you see human rights impact assessment popping up in the work of various nations and in the European Union? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Teacher Mauro, and thank you so much to the organizers for putting together this great panel, and to my fellow co-panelists. So at the OECD, ever since the adoption of the OECD principles, by now over 46 countries have adopted the OECD principles and serve as the basis also for an agreement with G20 countries also on trustworthy AI. We have been developing a plethora of initiatives. First and foremost is the OECD Policy Observatory, which gathers data and evidence-based policies, trends, to inform countries, but also inform anyone, because it's publicly available, on how countries are following their AI policy journeys with data and with policies. And this is a collective effort, thanks to, of course, the contributions by countries, but also insights from experts. Ever since the adoption of the principles and the launch of the observatory, we also launched a group of experts convening more than 200 members from all over the world with expertise on AI. And we put them in 3 different groups. And one of those is developing a classification system, a classification framework for AI systems, which basically looks to how to understand the different types of AI systems as they raise different AI policy considerations and legal issues. So we hope that together with the experts, but also to see how these fit in together with other intergovernmental initiatives, particularly the work of CAHA and the European Commission and others, on how to assess risk for different AI systems. So we hope to launch the classification framework available to all early next year. So something to look up for, because really is going to calibrate and hope to keep informing these developments and how to understand the different AI systems. The other work that another working group is doing, and which is very relevant for this discussion, is mapping the different categories of tools for accountability of AI systems, including human rights impact assessments. We have seen that different AI actors, companies, trade unions, civil society have developed a plethora of tools for accountability. We see also requirements envisioned by the current legislative proposals. And the idea is to understand which are these different tools, how can they be combined to inform emerging regulatory developments. So I think my fellow co-panelists would comment more on these, but one question is how these non-regulatory tools or regulatory tools will be and inform together the implementation of trustworthy AI. So this is something to look out for in the following months. And last but not least, what are countries now? So this year we launched a report informing how states are implementing the OECD principles. And we found very interesting insights. I invite you all to visit the report. It's available at oecd.ai/policies. And basically one of the main insights is that countries have moved from principles to practice through their national AI strategies by implementing, for instance, policies to invest in research and development, also in foundational research for trustworthy AI, for more transparency, for explainability of AI systems. Countries have also implemented policies for digital infrastructure for AI, making it more accessible to AI compute capacity. Countries are also implementing a series of experimentation initiatives to promote regulatory sandboxes. We're at a very, very early stage, but this is something that is coming and is going to help inform also all these developments as we learn more from AI breakthroughs. And of course, one of the priorities for countries is AI skills and education and the future of work. And here I would like to focus on, because when we look at human rights impact assessments and the need for socio-technical expertise, human capacity becomes first. And this is a priority for countries. We're seeing this in national AI strategies, but of course, there's much more work to be done. We are very keen to look forward what's going to happen with impact assessments. There are some countries, Canada, that implemented in 2018 the directive for automated decision making, but there's still much more to be done. It has been implemented just recently, and there are a few impact assessments and enforcement cases that we're seeing. So we're really at a very early stage on impact assessments. And we're looking more for what's going to happen. And I know my colleagues are going to delve into this a little bit more. But just to give you an overview of where countries are, in addition to regulatory developments that we know, the EU AI Act legislative proposal, also even a Bill of Rights that puts, of course, human rights and civil liberties at the heart of proposals in the US, to sectoral approaches and initiatives. And even recently, another legislative proposal coming from Brazil for AI systems. So a lot is happening. And again, navigating the complexity of policies, regulatory developments, and tools for trustworthy AI is the aim of the Policy Observatory, to help countries, stakeholders, regulators, civil society navigate the complexity of these issues. So I leave it to that, and thank you so much, Serkan, and everyone.
Thank you very much, Laura. That was very, very interesting, and I took some notes, and looking forward to ask some questions later on. Moving on to you, Frederick. Laura has mentioned the EU AI Act a little bit, and you have wrote extensively about the European Union legal framework. And how artificial intelligence is going to impact it, as well as other emerging technologies. So the question for you is, where are human rights impact assessments in EU law, and what can we learn from how they are currently used, if they are used there at all?
Thank you, Alex. I'm going to first answer under current law, and then suggest a bit what we could consider for upcoming law. So currently, there's not really a hard requirement for human rights impact assessment. However, we do in Europe, we have the best data protection law in the world for the moment, the GDPR, with a hard requirement for a data protection impact assessment. So currently, organizations for almost any AI project are required to do such a data protection impact assessment. So the advantage is that is, unlike self-regulation or ethics guidelines or suggestions by NGOs, which are all useful, this is a hard requirement. The GDPR suggests that an organization doing such a data protection impact assessment should consider all fundamental rights. So I would say, for the moment, unless there are other hard requirements, let's just enforce the laws that we have. And of course, for organizations, just comply with what we have. The data protection impact assessment requirement, non-discrimination law, etc. And there's quite some experience now, because before the GDPR already, it was possible to do privacy impact assessments, and there's lots of literature and experience, etc., with these impact assessments. And ideally, when you do such an impact assessment, you it's not only by lawyers, but you also take tech knowledge into account, and also, very importantly, domain-specific knowledge. So if it is about databases used for immigrants, then people working in that field should be involved, and ideally also the affected people. And if it's an impact assessment about predictive policing, then domain specialists from that field should be involved, etc. So I would say, at least for Europe, well, but this probably goes for the whole world, start with enforcing the rules that you have. That is a good starting point. Then in the future, because I'm not saying the data protection impact assessments are ideal for AI projects, because the focus is still, not exclusively, but the focus is still more on personal data related questions. In the future, we probably need a hard requirement in law for an artificial intelligence impact assessment. Did we decide already? Will it be called an AIIA? When drafting such a requirement, we can take inspiration from other countries, from NGOs, and also from countries outside the European Union. And I think it should be written in the law that there's a requirement to involve legal specialists, technologies, and people with domain-specific expertise, like I said. Perhaps so the AI Act has some hints in this direction. I'm not completely convinced that the AI Act is the best way of regulating AI, but the train seems to be on the rails, and it seems not so likely that we start with a clean document again. Well, that's a political or it seems to be a political reality. So I guess the best we can do is trying to improve that proposal, and I'll leave it at that for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frederick. I really like the AIIA, not to be confused with the AIA, which is the proposal.
Perhaps it's not a good idea.
No. I think it's a lovely idea. I think all of us will have to get used to this, but I quite like the AIIA, and I'm sure we'll have a discussion later on about what you mentioned about the AIA and about how we can improve it. Moving on to Christian and to the importance given to human rights impact assessments by the CAHI. And again, for those of you who have joined a bit later, the CAHI is the ad hoc committee of the Council of Europe on artificial intelligence. I hinted a bit earlier that there are some developments coming up from some important developments coming out of the work of the CAHI, and some of them are related to human rights impact assessments. So, Christian, if you would like to expand on that, that would be great.
Thank you very much, Alex. And yes, indeed, I can confirm that the CAHI actually has finalized its work on the 2nd of December and has now submitted its final report to the Committee of Ministers. For the time being, it is unfortunately not a public document, but it will become once the Committee of Ministers has discussed it in the beginning of next year. But I can give you some insights to it, obviously. The CAHI had been asked, as you know already, which is a public document and available on the Council of Europe's website, to produce a feasibility study, and that was done last year. Then this year, the focus was on identifying the elements that could become part of a legally binding and non-legally binding instruments on the design, development, and use of AI applications or AI systems in relation to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, the three areas in which the Council of Europe is the competent international organization. We have indeed also, as part of that exercise, proposed to the Committee of Ministers that a legally binding instrument on AI, a kind of a framework convention, if you like, on AI, should include a legal basis for the establishment of human rights, rule of law, and democracy impact assessment. And then the impact assessment model itself would be fleshed out in another instrument in order, to have the two not in the same instrument, but to ensure that we can at an easier update the model itself. As you know, I don't want to go into the details of international law, but as you know, treaties are very difficult to amend once they have entered into force. It requires all the parties to go through certain motions. And in order to have a better and more flexible approach, we have decided to keep the actual model. At this stage, at least, this is the idea, that we'll keep the actual model apart from the legal basis, but the legal basis will be a binding one. So for those states that would like to join our convention, and I would like to say here that Council of Europe conventions are open to all states, more or less, around the world, they would then actually be able to, or rather be obliged to ensure that in their domestic law, they have the basis for creating an impact assessment on human rights, democracy, and rule of law. As Professor Borgesius mentioned before, I think that the real issue sometimes is that we have a lot of, we know that there's a need for impact assessment with regard to human rights, but we do not necessarily always have the legal basis. And this is one instrument that would potentially provide this legal basis for those states that become parties to it. So that would be an improvement, certainly. Then what would this HUDERIA, as we call it, human rights, democracy, rule of law, impact assessment, we call it HUDERIA, we had AIIA, now we have HUDERIA. So I think in the end we'll maybe have the last hooray, but hopefully. But insofar as we are working on now, I think what we are looking at is something which has to be done. It's when there is when there are clear and objective indications of relevant risks emanating from the application of an AI system. So we would not have to do it if the AI system is dealing with your toaster or your coffee brewer or something like that. That is not really, well, it could be. Coffee at least can be a human rights issue, but it is when an AI system is used in a setting where it is sensitive to human rights. There we should, or the functioning of democracy, or the respect for the rule of law principles, then we should apply this, then there should be this formalized impact assessment taking place. And that requires that all AI systems undergo an initial review in order to determine whether or not they should be subjected to the formalized assessment. And it is also recommended that indications as to or regarding the necessity for more extensive assessment should also be further developed. That is also one of the recommendations of the Council of this ad hoc committee on AI that you mentioned. And finally, we should also look into whether the using of an AI system in a new or different context or for a different purpose should not, or other relevant changes to the system should not mean that we would require a reassessment of the AI system. So in that sense, it would be a rolling undertaking, not just something you do at the very beginning or at the very end, but throughout the life cycle of an AI system. And of course, if the AI system changes in some ways, then it may actually go from being, for instance, not relevant for human rights to become very relevant for human rights. So this is or vice versa. So this is the approach. Finally, I would say that the model should at least contain 4, let's say, main steps that could be part of it, and these are risk identification. So identification of the relevant risks for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. The second one is the impact assessment itself. The assessment of the impact should take into account the likelihood and severity of the effects on those rights and principles that were mentioned before. The governance assessment, there should be an assessment of the roles and responsibilities of duty bearers, right holders, and stakeholders in implementing and governing the mechanisms to mitigate the impact. And then there should, as a fourth step, there should at least be mitigation and evaluation. That is identification of suitable mitigation measures and ensuring a continuous evaluation, as I mentioned before. When you look into the impact assessment step, you should see that there are a number of elements that the KAI has already identified that could be part of that. That could be the context and purpose of the AI system, the level of autonomy of the system, the underlying technology, the complexity of the AI system, the transparency and explainability of the system and the way it is used, human oversight and control mechanisms for the AI provider and AI user, data quality, system robustness and security, involvement of vulnerable groups or persons, and the scale on which the system is used, its geographical and temporal scale. That is also something that should be taken into account, because of course scale has an impact on let's say the size, if you like, of a potential breach of human rights. And then finally also we should look into the assessment of likelihood and extent of potential harm, and the potential reversibility of that harm, whether in fact it concerns what you could call a red line, a prohibited system or prohibited use of a system as established by domestic or international law. So these are the main, let's say, the main features of the Huderia model that the Council of Europe will will develop it in the coming years. Negotiations on the binding legal instrument that I mentioned before will probably begin in May 2022. And at the same time, we will also look into the establishment of this human rights, democracy, and rule of law impact assessment model. The big question is, of course, we are many actors in the field of AI, and Professor Borghesius mentioned before the AI Act of the European Union. We are, of course, also very closely working with the European Union. We are working closely with the OECD. We are working closely with UNESCO on AI issues. Let's say, where would our Huderia model be different from the one in the AI or the kind of impact assessments that the AI Act foresees? I think there's one major difference between our legislation or proposed legislation and the AI Act of the European Union, and that is that the AI Act of the European Union deals with primarily with the placing on the market of AI systems. So this is really about safety and other requirements for placing a product on the market. But our approach is not related to the system itself. Our approach is related to the interplay between the system, human beings, and their rights and obligations under international law. So this is a slightly different approach. And also our approach is not, we have no, as you know, the Council of Europe is not at all competent when it comes to market issues or economy issues. So we are only looking at it from the point of view of human rights, democracy, and rule of law. So these are the main features, the main difference between our approach and the one that is in the AI Act. I hope that this is somewhat clearing up the matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. That was very, very interesting. I took loads of notes. I will be looking forward to May 2022 then, and very excited to see how the hood area model looks like. And you mentioned the AI Act proposal of the European Union, and I think it has been part of the conversation since the beginning. And I'm going to pass the floor to Daniel, who is actually going to talk about how do human rights impact assessment can look like within the context of the AI Act. And having done extensive work on the file, it would be very interesting to hear what place for the human rights impact assessment in the EU AI Act proposal.
Great, thanks. And thanks again for the invitation to be here. It's been a fascinating discussion so far. Just to begin with a kind of commiseration about the acronyms. Also, I will point out that even though the AI Act has been referred to as an AIA, in the US, AIA has usually meant algorithmic impact assessment. So there's already confusion there. And we actually have a report coming out where there was discussion of the Canadian AIAs and the AI Act. And so serious acronym difficulties ahead for everyone. Also, just a general point before I get into the AI Act about human rights impact assessments, because I think everyone's been working heavily on them. And an issue that we've all run into is the kind of chicken and egg situation. It's like everyone, I think, agrees that a system that poses a high risk to fundamental rights should have an impact assessment done, but you sort of have to do an impact assessment to figure out if that needs to happen. And, you know, there's lots of different ways of approaching that, and Christian just outlined this idea that's been put forward in the CAHI, and Access Now has been an observer for the CAHI, so we've been involved in that process of, you know, having an initial check to see if there's a risk posed, and then there could be a fuller one. In the AI Act, we sort of start from a different point, and I think we have to approach that differently. So the difference with the AI Act is that it's sort of pre-decided that certain use cases are high risk. So that question of which systems need to have the full impact is moot in the context of the AI Act, because there's been this decision about which systems pose a high risk. We have this list in Annex 3 of high-risk AI systems. We also have another risk category where we have prohibition, so unacceptable risk. But, you know, ideally they're neither on the market nor deployed, so there's no need for an assessment. And then in Article 52, we also have systems that pose a risk of manipulation. So we have this risk categorization already, and then we can kind of talk about what needs to happen with those systems. Now, as Christian already pointed out, there is some form of an impact assessment in the AI Act as it stands, which is called a conformity assessment. And just to not assume that everyone knows all the details, the AI Act basically focuses primarily on two sets of actors: providers, so that's companies, for example, who are putting systems on the market, developing them, and then what it calls users, kind of confusingly, which is entities that are going to deploy a system. And that does not refer to end users or affected people. The conformity assessment is something that the providers do under the AI Act. So that's a company who's developing a system has to go through a series of, you know, primarily quality checks. There is some mention of fundamental rights, but not to the degree that we would want. And, you know, again, this is a product safety legislation. So as Frederick pointed out, it may not be the ideal way to regulate AI, but what we're looking at the moment is how to make it as good or as less bad an instrument as possible. So kind of being pragmatic at this point, but we can definitely have a discussion about whether there's other models to approach things. The big issue for us, and I'll just drop something in the chat here, which is a joint statement that Access Now and 115 other civil society organizations signed that calls for certain amendments to the AI Act to make it protect fundamental rights. And one thing that we pointed out there is that by placing all the obligations on providers, you really fail to protect people's rights, because it's definitely the case that providers, so the entity developing an AI system, has some capacity, and there is a need for them to assess how this system will impact people down the line. You know, if you're looking at the data it's trained on, the design decisions, these all do have a downstream impact on the people who are affected. But the entity deploying the system is really, really central to how the system is going to impact fundamental rights. If you're using a system in a particular cultural context, in a particular city, in a particular neighborhood of a city, if you're talking about a facial recognition system, for example, or an entry, a system that uses biometric verification to control entry to a venue or something like that. If it's in a particular neighborhood, if it's in a particular place, all of these things are going to have a massive impact on how that system will impact fundamental rights. So the idea that the provider at that level could already anticipate all of those impacts is flawed. Now, that is not to say that the obligation there should be removed, but it should be complemented by an obligation at the user level. So the question of DPIAs pops up. Frederick already mentioned that. Is a data protection impact assessment enough at that level? The EDPS and the EDPB, in their joint opinion on the AI Act, did make the interesting observation that any system that processes personal data and falls under the Annex 3 list of high-risk systems would have to do a DPIA, because, you know, the DPIA obligation is not always totally clear when it needs to happen. That is good, but it's not enough, because, as well, Frederick already mentioned, personal data is probably a bit of a loophole there. There will be some AI systems that do not process personal data, but they could still fall under the high-risk list. There will be other ones that do process personal data, but the provider says that they don't. We see this often with the motion recognition systems and other forms of biometric categorization analysis. I've seen ridiculous things like companies who capture facial images, make biometric templates, and then process those for inferences, claim that they only collect anonymous data. Really crazy stuff. So if that's left to the volition of the provider or the user to determine whether it processes personal data, it's going to create a massive loophole, and we're just going to be, in the same situation we're in now. So what we're demanding is that all users of high-risk AI systems under the AI Act have to do a fundamental rights impact assessment. I'm open to other acronyms. I'm not fixed on the acronym. The important thing is that there is an assessment of the impact on fundamental rights at the user level. What goes along with that is a transparency obligation. As you might know, in Article 60 of the AI Act, there's a provision for this EU-wide database. And what that currently lists is what high-risk AI systems are on the market in the EU. That's good, but what we really need to know is where they're being used. And it seems to me completely arbitrary to only list what's on the market in that database. What we need to know is what's on the market, and then you look and you can see all the places it's being used. This is not also, I wouldn't see this as a restrictive measure as well. It's definitely a useful measure for civil society, for example, to find out about risky practices. But we do want to promote this ecosystem of excellence and trust. And we want to know where these systems are being used. If there are positive use cases, then other public authorities or companies can learn and see, oh, okay, this company here is using that. I think unless you have something to hide, then I don't see the reason not to include, list the use. And if we're promoting an ecosystem of excellence and trust, then we shouldn't have anything to hide about the systems that we're using. I'll wind it up there, but yeah, I think that, we can have a discussion about what that fundamental rights impact assessment should entail. One thing that we're proposing that's maybe a bit novel is that the user should have to identify affected people. by the system. And I mentioned that there's only two categories of actors that are really dealt with by the AI Act: providers and users. We're saying that any user, when they're procuring and about to deploy a high-risk AI system, should identify affected people. And the fact that they're using the system and the identification of affected people should be included in the database as well. The reason that we're asking for this is, it's good practice. They should think about who they're identifying. But it's been pointed out that the AI system provides no rights to people who are affected. And what this obligation to identify affected people would do is it would create a potential rights holder. And we're also asking conjointly to have rights to redress and some other rights to be accorded to people who are identified as affected communities. So yeah, we can get into all this later, but that's an initial contribution.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm sure we'll get into that later. I'm sure that there will be a debate about that. And I see that the conversation in the chat is getting very active, which is great. So please be ready to prepare your questions for all the panelists. And I'm sure that a very interesting debate is going to ensue. Moving to Cornelia and to industry. The question that I'm going to ask is, do these mythical creatures that we call human rights impact assessments exist in practice? And is Microsoft doing them? How do they look like from the perspective of the industry?
Thanks, Alex, for the question. Thanks already for a really interesting conversation. Bringing all these different elements together will probably occupy us for quite some time. I'll say first, most generally, that Microsoft follows the UN guiding principles for business and human rights throughout its processes overall. We also do have transparency annual reports on this topic. I'll share the link once I'm done with speaking, so you can have a look at how that looks like. That covers, of course, a broader range of topics, from supply chain to privacy, lawful access, content moderation, etc. More specifically on AI, as you probably know, we have been developing a standard based on the principles that Microsoft has committed to for responsible AI. And I think it's important we do this, of course, in a time where we have at the same time and in parallel the legislative conversations that we equally follow very closely, because at one point in the future, of course, what we are currently doing ideally aligns to what the law might require us to do. So we have looked at how we can actually operationalize these principles: accountability, transparency, inclusion. And that's not as easy. And I think what Frederick and Daniel have pointed to, this is socio-technical. It depends on the context. It might depend on the technology itself. It might be different from when you think about facial recognition technology versus text translation, for example. You have different issues that might be more important in the one than the other. Or, accuracy, for example, is something that you might be able to achieve in one of those systems, but cultural diversity is something that plays a role in others, in particular in language. So the variety of how you actually achieve these goals becomes really complex, not only by the different scenarios, but also eventually by the algorithmic models that you're using. And that complexity makes this, or necessitates to make these processes really agile. So we've been working on this to formulate for our engineering groups, if you like, general requirements that they are all now mandated to apply. I will also say, and this is, I think, beyond before I go into the details and how these look like, just to say that in Microsoft, we are now obliged, we have a mandatory training on responsible AI. So all Microsoft employees have to do this. And we have a system in place in order to scale the work on responsible AI through AI champs. So in each organization, there's one person appointed to make sure that these requirements will be understood and implemented. So there's a lot of work going on to sort of also shift mindset so that people understand what it means to responsibly develop AI. Going back to the standard, these are general requirements that are formulated as objectives and processes towards specific goals such as accountability, transparency, fairness, reliability, safety, privacy, security, and inclusiveness. I will say that the specific standard doesn't specifically look at privacy, as this is already covered by our privacy standard that implements basically laws such as GDPR, not only, and inclusiveness goals are also already covered by our accessibility standard that is already existing. But of course, as we saw with the DPIA, there is an interplay. So when we look at how we comply with AI, we look at how we comply with GDPR. This is obviously something we do in all the systems in which personal data is processed, right? So then what does it actually mean to have these requirements? We have sort of tried to fix or specify specific goals under each of these commitments. When you think about accountability, for example, one objective and one process that in the standard is determined in more detail is an impact assessment. And the impact assessment, I think that's also really relevant in comparison to GDPR, is broadly looking at impact, not only on the data subject, but it's this question about, okay, why are you building the system? Who will be negatively impacted? Who will be positively? Who will the system serve? So that we get a broader view on this. The requirements will oblige the engineering team to have an oversight of significant adverse impacts, whether it is fit for purpose. It requires a data governance and management and human oversight and control. When it comes to transparency, there is specific goals described to make the system intelligible for decision making, how to communicate to stakeholders. So this is, for example, when we issue transparency notes to customers in order to understand the capabilities, but also the limitations of the system, and disclosure of AI interaction, something that you also find to a certain extent in the AI Act. The third commitment is to fairness, and this really tries to achieve quality of service, and thinking about, for example, that different demographic groups will receive the same quality of the service. How do you think about allocation of resources and opportunities, and how do you minimize stereotyping, demeaning, or erasing outputs? So we are looking at this really towards what are we trying to achieve and how do we get there, and this is how the standard is sort of described for the engineering groups. Then this is of course, and I'm not going to all the other objectives and goals, otherwise we'll sit here for quite some time. And I wanted to say that we oblige, so these standards are obligatory for all AI systems. It reminds me a little bit of what Christian was saying, that of course, in order to identify the high risk you have to do the impact assessment. When we identify high risks, which we call internally sensitive use cases, we have them separated or divided in 3 categories. And I think they're recognizable again when you think about the AI Act and the high risk categorization. The one is AI systems that might have an impact on people's lives, such as, of course, allocation of, for example, social benefits or loans, or in the context of education or justice. Then sensitive uses that relate to harms, physical harms in particular, but not only. And then, of course, the 3rd category is the human rights framework. So potential risks to fundamental rights. Here you would think about use cases, a refuse of facial recognition technologies. When either engineering groups or sales organizations are confronted with these type of potential risks, then the system has to go through a specific review. So there's a specific scaling so that a special group of people that work on these ethical issues will have a review and define mitigation strategies for those special uses. So there is a it almost looks to me and that it aligns a little bit more with the thinking that we just heard from Christian on the process. But these are sort of what we are internally doing. And then I will leave my comments to the AI Act maybe for a little bit later, because otherwise I have taken too much of my time already.
Thank you very much, Cornelia, and thank you very much, everybody. I'm now going to open the floor for everybody to be able to ask their questions, and I see again that the chat is very active. Perhaps to kickstart the open conversation, I will identify a bit the themes that I feel like are coming out, taking notes from all of the speeches. So other than the name, which I don't think, for all intents and purposes, and with all the enthusiasm that we have, I don't think we'll manage to decide on an acronym today between ourselves. But attempts have been made in the chat, and some of them sound very, very good. I think the other questions that we get are, when do we get to do them? Who does them? What are we assessing? And who reviews what has been assessed? I think these are all very big questions that, again, I don't necessarily think, and yes, exactly, when. So I don't think we'll manage to get final answers on this, but perhaps putting all of this into perspective, I feel that all of you have agreed that they are, if correctly done and if properly done, good ideas. So then I think I'll kickstart the conversation myself by asking, given that they are such a good idea, what are the barriers that we see in getting them adopted? And I think Frederick has mentioned the lack of a legal basis as a potential barrier, and some others have been potentially identified. You know, if we talk about the EU AI Act, it was potentially the legal basis and being market focused. But maybe if you'd like to just draw those out more clearly, and maybe starting with Laura once again, since she started the panel and since she also has looked at many countries and how they look at their strategies. Laura, if you'd like to speak on that. If not, I'm happy to pass the floor to somebody else.
Thanks, Alexander. Yeah, I can just jump in quickly with maybe 2 points. Actually, with the first issue of the acronyms, which thinking deeply actually it has impact. And when we think about what Canada did with the automated decision making, automated is not the same as AI, and could really pose problems when we look at, for instance, whether a hiring system. I think there was a case in Canada where the hiring tool that was used by the Department of Defense could be, or the rules of the directive could apply to this case. And that the argument there was, well, the fact that there was a human looking at the application of this tool rendered it not automated. So then therefore the directive wouldn't apply. And this is interesting because just a matter of an acronym of a name has an impact on whether it would be applicable. So perhaps something to think at later as we move on with different tools. And with regards to human rights impact assessments, yes, as you mentioned, and as we are developing here, it would be interesting to see limitations that already many scholars and experts, I see Vania's correct is here, and she wrote an excellent report in these, which are the limitations of human rights impact assessments in terms of what's the appropriate scope. I think Christian already mentioned the elements that the food area will have, but it remains to be seen which other elements would need to be included, or what's going to be the practice that is going to develop out of it. As at the moment, what we're seeing is that the elements that it should contain remain to be seen. The other thing is with regards to the scalability, and scalability because of course most let's say large enterprises would have or be able to conduct human rights impact assessment, but what about small medium enterprises? What about small companies where this could be very costly? As I said, you need social technical expertise for conducting proper human rights impact assessments, and then who can access to these very limited social technical expertise for AI systems. So something to think of. We need a lot, as I said from the beginning, capacity building and learn from experiences and practice. And maybe last but not least, timing. And there was this paper by Mark Latonera on a human rights impact assessment conducted by a company in Malaysia. And it was interesting whether it posed a question, whether it should be ex ante, going back to Daniel's points of the chicken and egg question, or first we need to identify if they're high risk in the first place, or whether they should be ex post or during, and kind of his comment is that they should be ongoing. So maybe this is something to explore, but of course it will add into cost, into the scalability problem. And I'll leave it to that, just more questions and answers. And I hope that my colleagues, particularly fellow co-panelists, and of course, Fanny, if you want to jump in, but over to you, Alexandra, thanks.
Thank you very much. And I see a hand raised, and you mentioned Vanya, and I hope you don't mind me addressing you by your first name. I think I'm going to do this with everybody who wants to participate. And then I see Daniel's hands being raised. But Vanya, over to you first, and then I'll pass it to Daniel.
Thank you so much, and thank you for organizing this really useful, important, and excellent panel. And thank you to all the speakers so far for excellent presentations and noting really the key points. I love that this conversation is really not too technical, but it's going to the heart of the issues. So it's not on a broad level of principles, but really going into the details of what can be most useful. I'm Vanya Škorić. I'm a program director from the European Center for Not-for-Profit Law, and we are part of the group of observing organizations at the CAHI process. We represent the conference of INGOs. So we were lucky enough to contribute to the draft of the future CAHI document, especially in the working group on impact assessments. So I am very, very happy that the CAHI's work is currently, I would say, the most progressive one and most detailed one on this topic. And in particular, it answers two important questions that I think EU and other jurisdictions could look at as a good example to include. The first question is, what do we want from trustworthy AI? If the trust in AI systems and applications is the proclaimed goal, which it is by EU and other jurisdictions, then this instrument of human rights impact assessment, or broader HUDERIA, is really the key instrument to achieve the trust, because there will be no trust by the public, especially affected groups, if they don't feel reassured that everything has been done before the deployment of the AI system to mitigate any harms. We see that ongoing working on the ground with communities, with organizations, a growing frustration, swelling up from all the cases and situations of AI fallouts that we have witnessed and scandals that we have heard in many, many countries, including Western democracy countries. So this is one point where impact assessment can really be a useful instrument. The second point is going to what Laura mentioned, which is the agility. We, of course, don't want the rules and legislation that will not be applicable, that will not be implementable. And there must be an agile enough instrument to complement different sizes, different sectors, and so on. So I really like the idea that was included in KAHAI draft, if I may just reveal that part without revealing too much of the content, which is actually to have stages of human rights impact assessment. The full impact assessment would be reserved for those high risk AI systems. But as Daniel noted, and a couple of other people, it's a chicken and egg problem. What is missing from the EU approach, and nobody yet managed to answer that from any institution, is what is the methodology for populating Annex 3 of high risk AI applications? What is the actual steps that determine how these high risk listed systems impact human rights in order to be put on a high risk? So this is the missing piece. This is the missing link from the EU AI regulation, let's call it, right? So the question is answered in KAHAI document in a way that for all of the AI systems being developed, designed even, there should be some kind of very small scale initial review, initial scanning, if you want a triage of impact assessment on human rights, democracy, and rule of law. That will help categorizing the risk level. And then after the risk level shows that there is a need for a more robust human rights impact assessment, they go into more robust. If it's really high risk, they can go into even more robust process. And this is where, and then that goes back to Laura's question in the chat, this is where we ask, how can standardization bodies that are working on standardization on some of these issues and topics, how can they play a role to help us devise these methodologies, scaling them up from a very basic triage to a mid-level, let's say, I would even add the third level, not only two levels, but the mid-level human rights impact assessment to a full complex one for really intrusive systems that are really almost on the border of being most likely banned, right? And to then go back to the question of limitations, there are two important key aspects that we also address in our papers that I put in the chat to help with HRIA being really meaningful. First one is oversight. There must be some kind of accountability or oversight mechanism that checks and then provides possibility for appeal or redress how these instruments and processes have been conducted. So if a company conducts the initial triage level human rights impact assessment, that must be in some way, the findings of it must be published in order to be able to contest it. And it goes higher up as the level is increasing, the oversight should increase, external oversight. The second one is meaningful participation of external stakeholders. I completely understand that company itself, especially small size one, cannot have knowledge in-house to do this type of assessment. There must be methodologies developed, and we are trying to work on that from our side as well with civil society and human rights groups to include meaningfully stakeholders and all potentially affected groups and communities to give their voice into these processes. How to do it is a really open question, but I think it will be a make or break question for these instruments. And this is something we are happy to collaborate on with many of the people on the panel here already to address.
Vanya, if I can just, sorry, thank you very, very much. That was an incredibly useful contribution. And I see that hands started going up very quickly after you raised some of these issues. I think Daniel's hand was first up, then Frederick, then Cornelia. But as I said, thank you very much for your contribution. And definitely you will see reactions from everybody. Thank you, Daniel.
Thanks. Yeah, just to pick up on a few points. I think I would stress again what both Frederick and I said, that we're approaching the AI Act not as an ideal instrument here, and we're really looking at fixing something that's maybe not entirely great and getting the best we can out of it. So the proposal that I mentioned about human rights or fundamental rights impact assessments on users, I would stress that we're not seeing this as something that's actually going to really stop harms. I mean, if someone is deploying a, biometric categorization system to determine access to education based on facial recognition, I mean, this thing needs to be burnt. Any kind of fundamental rights impact assessment at the user level is not going to, remove or be able to mitigate the harms of a system like that, because it's so problematic. Like, there will be cases, and I think it's a good exercise for users to go through, but this is not some kind of a silver bullet. And that's why I mentioned that it has to be tied to transparency, because the situation that we're in at the moment is we don't know what systems are on the market. We don't know where they're deployed. We rely on, organizations like Algorithm Watch to do investigative journalism to find out where things are being deployed, and then we have to go to litigation. So the idea that, of this user level fundamental rights impact assessment would be to give basic information. And I would push back on the idea that it's too complex for small businesses. I think, the conformity assessment is perhaps more complex, but a basic idea of what is the system? What is it intended to do? What rights does it impact? A list of information that any user who is deciding to deploy something that's clearly labeled as high-risk AI system in a context has to know. The idea that they don't have that information and that they haven't gone through that process is laughable. I mean, if they haven't, then they shouldn't be deploying it. But it's simply a matter of just making public information that you have to have thought about. So and, we can discuss how to design these impact assessments to ensure that they're, not overburdensome. But I think it's a basic process of, responsible, not even development, it's just responsible thinking and behavior to have thought about these impacts. I think on the idea about having a fuller impact assessment, Article 64 of the AI Act is really interesting. It allows human rights enforcement bodies to both have access to all documentation created during the conformity assessment, and where that's not possible or where that's not sufficient for their investigation of a potential harm, to actually test the system. I think we could beef this up a bit and have the possibility that, say, as a potentially affected person or a civil society organization, we see that a public authority is deploying a high-risk AI system. There has to be a mechanism for people to trigger that Article 64 process to allow this more thorough investigation. And I think that's where we're looking at, a third party, an independent assessment of the impact that can really look at and actually test the system. So having that's the level, I think, of impact assessment that can really have an impact. This other one that would have to be applied across the board is just providing basic transparency. And it also, if it turns out down the line that serious, obvious impacts were missed, were not considered, if certain groups who were likely to be affected were not considered, I think that also builds a case that the entity deploying the system was negligent. So that can feed into things later. And just a final point on the methodology for what we're kind of referring to as risk designation. So whether it's unacceptable risk, high risk, I think it's very strange that there's no criteria for what constitutes unacceptable risk in the AI Act. And I think there has to be a mechanism. So say, for example, under Article 64, a data protection authority or an equality body investigates a system and actually uncovers that it poses far higher risks to fundamental rights than was anticipated. There should be a mechanism for the risk level to increase. First, Article 5, so the list of prohibited practices, to be updated. It can't be the case that that's a closed category, whereas Annex 3 can be potentially open. So we need to have explicit categories, and we need to have a mechanism for systems to be reclassified based on investigations.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I think Frederick was the next in the order of raised hands. Frederick, please.
Thank you. Wow, I hear so many interesting things, and on top of that in the chat, so it's going to be hard to not talk too long. So Alex, stop me when I am overly enthusiastic. I hear very many smart remarks. So I agree. Small firms, it is sad if they have to spend a lot of money on an impact assessment, but they can do loads of damage. And yeah, in real life, it's also probably too expensive for a startup to start a chemical plant because they cannot hire the expertise needed to protect the neighborhoods around them and the woods and the lakes. So at least partly, we think we have to accept it, that certain levels of impact assessment, yeah, may be expensive, but if you can't do it, we accept that in a lot of situations, right? Like any hobby person cannot start selling cars without going through the safety checks. So we have to keep that into account, I think. Also, I do the same. We talk a lot about AI, but if you are the person whose pension payments are stopped, or like in the Netherlands, whose child benefits payments stop, it doesn't really matter if they are stopped by an extremely simple notion in an Excel sheet or in a super high tens of millions of euros machine learning AI system. So perhaps it would be better, but I make the same mistake, to talk about automated decision making or even partly automated decision making to escape the problems that Laura mentioned in Canada. And one more last quick remark. However we write, I think we need legal requirements, like not hints, not suggestions, requirements. But we have to think of some smart way, but that's doable, to combine a hard legal requirement, for instance, in the European Union in an EU regulation. But of course, treaties, regulations, and outside Europe, national acts are it's time consuming to amend them. So we need some type of smart combination of a hard requirement in law with guidance by regulators that can be updated more often without going through the whole circus of adopting a new regulation. I realize there's a bit of there's a risk of democratic legitimacy lacking for such soft law, but it's doable, and we have to think of some system with different levels of adaptable legislation. I have more points, but I'll leave it at this because I see more hands.
Thank you very much, and it's great to hear the optimism. It's very, very encouraging to hear that we can do it. I really appreciate that. Cornelia, I think you were next.
Yes, and as with Frederick, there's so many good points made. It's hard, sort of, where do you want to focus in on? I wanted to say something on the legal basis, and I'm glad that Christian is the next speaker, because it's half a question to him as well. Because under European law, we do have directives that implement some of the fundamental rights very specifically, such as non-discrimination or gender equality. So I'm wondering whether it wouldn't be possible to be more specific about the fundamental rights that the Act is trying to protect. In particular, it's mentioned in the prescription of the AI Act and in some of the recitals in a very vague way, but being a little bit more precise would probably help. I also, Daniel, I think you mentioned that, looking at the product safety approach the Commission has taken, some of the transparency to the potentially impacted citizens slash consumers slash customers would be avoidable if we had thought about this responsible AI as a life cycle, which starts, of course, with the provider and ends with the deployer of the system. And so focusing on transparency towards the potentially impacted citizens will have to have in the context in which it is deployed in order to even think about the potential redress mechanisms. And we have been a little bit struggling with seeing actually ourselves and which role do we actually fall in, because at times we are component providers to systems very often. We are also very often co-creating with our customers, or we have the general purpose AI systems that potentially will be fine-tuned by customers for their specific uses. And the AI Act, even now with the compromise text from the Slovenian presidency, still is quite confusing, in particular as roles can change depending on what the deployer does. So thinking backwards in having an obligations at the very end, closest to the potentially impacted user, and then making sure that, well, they have to use components or AI systems that can fulfill these requirements, because of course, even where now in the Slovenian presidency text, the deployer, the user becomes the provider, he will not always have all the necessary knowledge, and will still require the downward chain in the stakeholders to provide and support the potential necessary documentation throughout the text. So that's sort of something that I think can be fixed in the AI Act, in particular if you're more specific. And then there is something else that I agree with Frederick, by the way, on the SME piece, and I think about the many small companies that have developed or smaller companies that are in the medical space, for example, and they have to go through very stringent processes in order to get their new medicine through to the marketplace. So, and last is really, how do we actually, and it goes a little bit to what I started at the very beginning, how do you actually understand what the legal requirements that are listed in the AI Act are supposed to achieve, because it's not clear in the text. I mean, the much cited error-free data is very clear. We believe it aims at having a system that is less biased and doesn't discriminate, but it doesn't really say so. And so I think if we were to say, you know, which of the requirements serve accountability, which of the requirements serve transparency, we would actually already be in a better place to make them more impactful. And I leave it by that. But the question really on the legal basis, something that I still think the Commission could have focused a little bit more on fundamental rights in the text as well.
Thank you, Cornelia. I think that's an opinion shared by many people present here or otherwise. And you said in the beginning of your speech very rightfully that Christian is the next to take the floor. So Christian, please. And I think you have a bunch of questions that were addressed to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think so. To start with the important question raised by Cornelia about the legal basis. I mean, I'm just want to say here, obviously, I cannot speak on behalf of the European Commission. I work in the Council of Europe, so it's a different organization. But I used to work before in the European Commission, so I know a little bit about how it goes about. I think that the reason for the human rights impact having no strong legal basis in the AI Act is probably that the Act is legally speaking based on the internal market regulations, not on the parts of the treaty which deals with fundamental rights. So that may be one explanation why this is sort of not so clear that there is a human rights legal basis for the impact assessment in the AI Act. And to come back to also a question of the legal basis and the rights and where do we put them, I think it's also very important when we talk about the rights here in the context of AI, especially human rights impact, that we do not actually need a new set of human rights for dealing with AI. What we need to ensure is that the existing human rights are seamlessly translated into an AI context. That means that, give you an example, if I'm a civil servant in a state and I am supposed to decide on whether somebody is allowed to have should be granted a certain allowance or not, and I decide that based on bias, and I'm biased in my decisions on that, I give it to people who have a certain background or people who look like me or something like that, then of course it's obviously illegal. And we know that it's illegal under your administrative law. It's illegal under your constitution. It is discrimination. So it's also against the European Convention on Human Rights in Europe. I think that's pretty clear. Why should it be different if it is an AI system that does it or helps you doing it through the automated decision making or assisted decision making through an AI system? That there is no difference. The issue here is the accountability. What is specific in my view to the AI is that we have accepted in a certain way that we all have a black box up here. Things come in through the ears and they come out through the mouth, and we do not necessarily always know why we have made certain connections up there in our brains. But we can at least, but we're used to that. We're used to dealing with humans. We're used to know that humans can be biased. And the problem with AI is that we also have black boxes in AI systems. We don't know why a certain data set sometimes may be developed into a certain result in the other end. But with the AI, we have a tendency to believe that it is less fallible than humans because it's a system, and it is automated. We have this idea that it must be less fallible. And that is, of course, not the correct assumption to make here. So what we need to make, and this is why if you apply AI systems, which of course alone through the way of functioning can achieve a scale of negative impact that is not possible for a human being, then we need to make sure that we have the measures to mitigate those risks. We must ban them if we cannot mitigate them. We can put them under a moratorium, etc. But we need to make sure that we are not, let's say, defenseless towards the AI system in any more than we would have been defenseless towards humans taking these decisions alone on their own. I think I just wanted to point this out because I think it is sometimes we have a tendency to discuss very much the system itself. And the system is interesting for the engineers, but it is not so interesting in a human rights context. There, it's really the interplay between the system and the people, the humans that use the system to make decisions, and those who are in the end impacted by those decisions. That is really the issue here. And this is also why I say we don't need specific rules for this. We don't need specific new things for this, new regulations for this. What we need there is to ensure that we don't have a legal vacuum, and because we're using AI.
Thank you very much, Christian. That was very, very insightful. I think Daniel has put his hand up again, so I am going to give the floor to him. And after that, maybe if each of you can think of a final remark that you'd like to transmit to everybody else before we finish, since unfortunately we just have 5 more minutes. Daniel, please.
Great. Just very quickly on the general purpose AI systems. So Cornelia brought this up. I don't know if all of you have seen the most recent, the first compromise text from the Council of the Slovenian presidency. They've actually added a new title to deal with general purpose AI systems. And I don't think they've done it the right way, because there's 2 questions. There's, does the AI Act as it stands deal correctly with general purpose AI systems, and how should it deal with them? I'm not opposed to the idea of adding a new title or a new article to look at, have a different approach to providers or to, companies like Microsoft, Google, who place general purpose systems on the market. But what the Slovenian presidency text has done is basically just give, there are no obligations now. You're basically off the hook. And I think that's based on a flawed assumption that there are no risks visible or that come from the general purpose system and the way it's designed. And if you look at large language models, for example, tend to be trained off databases, linguistic data sets that contain very, very problematic language, which tends to be reproduced in the text that they, so we've seen this with GPT-3 and other large language models, that they will replicate biases from the text that they were trained on. They will say incredibly racist, sexist, and problematic things. So I'm up for them being treated separately, but I think, again, we need an impact assessment at that level to see how the design decisions, the data they were trained on, can also lead to problems, regardless of whether they're implemented in one of the use cases that falls under Annex 3.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And we have 3 more minutes, so perhaps if I go again through all the panelists, just after saying thank you very much to you all for participating, and thank you to all the panelists for the very, very interesting contributions, and then answering the questions, and advising everybody to read the chat, because there are very, very interesting things there, and everybody has shared various documents and links, which I think are really important to check. Going again in the order which we began, and starting with you, Laura, just very quickly, if you have any final thoughts.
Thanks, Alex, and thank you then again for everyone. I took a lot of notes. Just to say that risk-based approaches to artificial intelligence governance, including tools, accountability tools such as human rights impact assessments, are very likely to play a central role in how AI governance strategies develop. I think we should look positively at what human rights impact assessments, the work of Council of Europe is doing, particularly. They will play a significant role in translating all these complexity of requirements for AI systems and streamline with the international human rights framework. So there are a lot of reasons to remain positive, but also with the considerations that were discussed here, there are a lot of things to still to be addressed. This is something that the good news is that we're doing it together, and ideally with the work of the different international organizations, civil society, multi-stakeholder approaches to AI governance are the way forward. So last but not least, I would like to invite you. There's another workshop tomorrow, globalpolicy.ai. So the discussion will continue on how international cooperation would be key for translating all these efforts into better AI governance. So I'll leave it to that, and I'll put the link here in the chat. Thank you, panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you, Laura. Frederick.
Well, I have 1 minute left. A suggestion for a new panel sometime. Different people highlighted. Repairing the AI Act is difficult. I think they're well-meaning, by the way, the European Commission, but there are serious problems with it. That made me realize that NGOs, but me too, as an academic, I only wrote about it after the proposal was there. Can we do better to publish more before proposals are there? Perhaps that could be useful in the future, but this is too big a discussion. So this would probably need another panel another time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, and an interesting challenge there. Thank you very much. Christian.
Yes, thank you very much. And I will actually follow up on what Frederick just said. I think that an inclusive process on legislation on something as important as AI is crucial. We need to have a discussion, broad societal discussion about the uses of AI. We cannot just leave this to industry. We cannot just leave this to the technicians or the politicians or the administrators. We need to have a real discussion about AI.
Thank you. With the risk of being of the Zoom meeting ending before we managed to get through it, Daniel and Cornelia, very quickly.
Just thank you everyone for the great discussion. I'll pass to Cornelia quickly.
Daniel, thanks a lot. Same here as the host, organizer of the discussion. I thank everybody for participating, and I will say maybe we need not only to think about the AI systems in responsible AI life cycles, but also the humans that use them and deploy them, which is part of that. And then whether we just want to avoid the biases that exist to be replicated, or whether an objective is also to actually get better, and how AI can eventually help there too. So there is like open questions for certainly other discussions. So I was excited to be with you on this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much all. Thank you, Cornelia and Microsoft, for organizing and allowing us to come together, and hopefully see you at another panel soon to keep the discussion going. I've never gave a speech.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry for the delay.
Henrique, your sound is muted. You need to unmute.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I believe we are online now. So, good afternoon, good evening for all. My name is Henrique Faulhaber, and I will be moderating this section today. I am a representative of the private sector of Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, CIBR, which is the multi-stakeholder body working towards the development of the internet in Brazil. Thank you very much for joining this workshop session, which is titled Regulating Digital Platforms from and for the Global South. As you are aware, the issue of platform regulation and related matters are hot topics within the global internet policy agenda. In fact, it's a multifaceted discussion that involves a myriad of topics and mobilizes several society debates. This workshop was proposed in the context of a broader work being made within CGIBR and the working group on platform regulation. As an outcome of the working group, the goal is to consolidate here regarding regulatory frameworks for digital platforms that take in consideration the structural challenges of countries from the global south, such as Brazil, towards sustainable digital development and welfare. The key takeaways and potential recommendations that will be extracted from here will feed a compilation of regulation proposals that will be considered individual issues such as competition, content moderation, and others. This is to be made available for the interested stakeholders and especially useful for our global south countries that are discussing their own regulations. For these sections, we seek to cover a set of policy issues such as regulation, social and economic inclusion, public policy and regulation tools to mitigate negative effects of digital platforms, and the role of multi-stakeholderism within these debates. The speakers for this session are Aneta Wierowska-Domowska from the technical community. She comes from Onnesbroek University. She comes from Eastern European Regional Group. We have also the Brazilian Renata Avila from Civil Society. She's open director of Open Knowledge. And we have also from India, Subhahit Padra from Civil Society. He's principal of Umidar Network. And we have also Mr. Emmanuel Vitus from the private sector. He's the executive director of African Group. We have also our colleague Agustina Ordonez. She's from the technical community, is fellow at Yale University, and works before with the Chamber of Deputies. I invite all the participants to complement their own bios during the first time they speak in the session, if they want. Highlight the information they consider more relevant. Without further delay, let's quick start the session. The debate will organize around three main policy questions that may guide participants, interventions, and discussions. First question, which are the main aspects that should be taken into account when regulating digital platforms to promote social and economic inclusion? The second question, are traditional antitrust measures and competition safeguards enough to address structural digitalization related trends of global south? The third question, what is the role of multi-stakeholderism and governments from global south countries in platform governance in order to boost digital economy, enable a more inclusive economic growth? We'll start with an intervention by Dr. Aneta, who will give a brief presentation on the most globally known ongoing discussion that is taking place within Europe, as well as some potential links with Global South concerns. After that, the other speakers will have up to 10 minutes each to give their vision and describe their local experience on these issues. Following the initial intervention, we will then have a Q&A and a debate with the audience. For that, we will be receiving questions from attendants through the channels of IGF. At the end, I will do a brief wrap-up of the session. You may find all this information on the IGF website that contains all the guidelines necessary for participation. To request the floor in this section, please use the raise hand feature on the Zoom platform. You may also post your question on the chat, on the Q&A pod, and we encourage everything to use the hashtag with social media plus the hashtag for the session. Hashtags are SS169 platforms regulation IGF 2021. I believe you have a great session. Please, Aneta, the floor is yours. Aneta?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm trying to share screen, but I'm disabled by the host at the moment. Could I get the possibility to share screen?
Wait a few seconds. I think they should allow you to do so. Otherwise, I do it myself.
I am now co-host, and I will attempt one more time. Yes, it should work.
Enough.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone, whatever the time of the day you are at the moment, which is so nice to have this changes, this different perspective, even on the what the time is now. My name is Aneta Wiewiórowska. First of all, I would like to apologize for the way I'm performing. This is due to the fact that I got ill. It's not COVID, it's just a cold. But that means that I'm having problems just speaking. That also means that I will be quick, because I'm afraid that at a certain moment I will just stop speaking at all. And I would like it to be at the end of my presentation, not in the middle. I'm Polish. At the moment, I'm based in Germany where I'm doing my habilitation, so finishing book to get me to the status of professor. What is my relation to platform regulation? I have been one of the people responsible for a project that was conducted by the European Law Institute to prepare a set of rules, model law, for regulating online intermediary platforms, which was, I can say, quite a success and had an impact on how what the approach is within the European Union to regulating platforms. And this is the background that also gave me a possibility to act as an expert for example, European Parliament in the area of platform regulation. But at the same time, even though I have quite large legislative background, I was working in Poland doing that, and I was negotiating the European Council various private law instruments. I must stress that I am a private lawyer, and me being a private lawyer, that really sets my perspective. This is the angle from which I look at a problem. And of course, platforms are quite peculiar from this position, because what we are witnessing right now and what we are participating in is a creation of a completely new world. And this world functions based on platform structure. And it is parallel to the on-site world that we are used to. Complexity of this new platform world should probably be reflected in the structure of the rules that apply to regulate it. Or if one has a bit more ambitions, is a visionary or lunatic, someone that depends on the point of view of that person, to steer its development. And what I understand from today's session is to just focus on how can we steer the development of platforms to promote social and economic inclusion. This is about making law, political decisions, whatever you choose, as a tool of social engineering. And of course, since my mothership is private law, this is a bit overwhelming, because private law has its clear limits. Those limits disappear when you think about platforms, because also platforms, but there are many elements that impact this process, change what private law is. But basically, we are talking about using law as a tool of social engineering and the question of its limits. I would like to present to you what is happening in the European Union. Not only legislatively, but conceptually, how the approach is being shaped towards online platforms. So first, I will talk about this process, how you see it, very briefly, how market is reshaped by online platforms. Then my next step will be to talk about policy choices that arise on the basis of this change market reality. Then I will present to you the I'm sorry, the legislative instruments that are already in place in the European Union, and then those that are only in the legislative pipeline. So they are being negotiated by the European bodies. And then at the end of the day, and my presentation, some conclusions that I'm afraid are not too optimistic. So first, platform economy is different. The market is different. the market is different from the market that we had 20, 30 years ago. And our law still is based on this old structure of the market. What is so peculiar about the market reshaped by online platforms? First, and I don't want to dig into discussion too much here. I just like to stress what the European approach to that is, because I guess this is very similar to it doesn't matter where you are, the conclusions are going to be similar in this regard. So online platforms act as gatekeepers and private regulators. So they basically organize market, which they dominate. And from my perspective, as a person that was involved in creating model rules on online platforms, and from private law perspective, one of the biggest challenges was that online platforms are more than just a party to a contract. They set the rules. They need to obey, hopefully, but they cannot be put in the same approach as being in the same position as other participants of the online markets. And here is where private law falls short. This requires public law approach. Then another characteristic that really has a strong impact on how the market is functioning is that market domination scaling is the survival strategy. So the concept of the platform is to become large, which impacts the way it functions. Next, use of data-driven networked effect, which creates entry barriers for competition. And all these elements that I'm listing, these sound like competition law issues, but seriously, can competition law really address it properly? That will be the first question. And economy of scale and scope. So once you are a large platform, you enjoy strong economies, not only of the scale, which is something that we are used to somehow, but also economies of scope. You can enter new markets and develop new products at a lower cost than entrants or even established players, which puts you in a completely different position as all other market participants. And of course, economies of scale and economies of scope appear to be particularly strong when it comes to accumulation and use of the data relating to customer behavior. So, you are just organizing, using, adapting market to your needs. But this leads us to online platforms having power over market, but not only on that, also society and democracy. Because whereas we, private lawyers, we tend to look from the economic perspective on how the markets are organized, with platforms, this really is merged with all other aspects of their functioning, data collection, data use, and impact on society. And this is, again, where private law falls short. I'm sorry, what are the policy choices? Some new, some old, and some borrowed. Actually, they are not borrowed; they are more lent than borrowed. Because if you think about new policy choices, we have new market structure, which comes from infrastructure power of platforms. You have new contract structure, because you used to have bilateral contracts in chains, and right now you have triangle as the leading form of contract. Then you have data-based economy, which also combines private-public problems. You have artificial intelligence and expansion, and this is in itself self-standing, huge problem when it comes to functioning of society, functioning of markets. And then you have all sorts of societal, political impacts, and pandemic and fake news and impact on elections worldwide does not really need an explanation. Then we have some old policy choices. Abuse in power in contractual relations. This is as old as the world is. And in Europe, European Union, paradoxically, this more has to do with abuse of power in business-to-business relation or platform-to-business relation, because we have already quite strong consumer protection. Data protection and our obsession, European obsession about data protection, it started even before platforms. And then some borrowed, or as I said, lent. This is about platforms becoming quasi-states, becoming quasi-regulator, overtaking powers of the state to regulate sectors of market or markets. Then you have, at the same time, increasingly reliance of states on platforms, because, think an easy example, where do you look to check how your local government is doing? This is the news that Facebook provides to me. But if you think about, for example, corona tracking apps, suddenly it turned out it was Apple or Google who decide on what scheme, what solution is going to be made for the tracking apps, and not the governments. So this is where the power is where the decision is being made. And then platforms as enforcers. If you think about regulatory strategies concerning content moderation, they are imposed, they are enforced by platforms. And suddenly it is the platform who imposes the policy, maybe state-made, but state doesn't have to do anything with the way it is imposed. So actually, it even further enhances power of the platform, even though regulatory policy was supposed to mitigate it. So how the situation looks like. We already have several instruments that apply directly or indirectly to platform situation. First, general data protection regulation. And, this is a pride and joy of European Union. We really adore being the deal breakers when it comes to how the standard of data protection should look like. Then we have regulation that deals exactly with platform to business problem. As I said, abuse of power in terms of platform regulation, platform market, online platform market, is more about how the business suffers because platform forces it into certain situations that might not be optimal from the point of view of the business. But this regulation focuses on transparency. The transparency regarding the main parameters determining rankings, relative importance of the that are taken into consideration when establishing rankings, whether platforms engage in the differentiated treatment, extent of access to data, but it's purely informational. This regulation does not ban any practices or prescribe any conduct of platforms. It provides a bit stronger protection to business users in other areas. For example, period of at least 15 days before the platform can implement changes to its terms and conditions. But just, be informed, we are going to do it. obliging platforms to set up internal complaint handling system, possibility of mediation, but this does not apply to small platforms. So it's just like a beginning, I would say. Then we have Commission guidelines on ranking transparency, which complements the regulation, and it aims to assist providers in applying the requirements and help optimize the manner in which the main parameters determining rankings are identified. Then we have very specific regulation that addresses dissemination of terrorist content online, and evidently it serves to counter the spread of extremist ideologies online. Basically, platforms will have to remove terrorist contents referred by member state authorities within 1 hour, so it must be very swift. Member states will be able to sanction non-compliance and to decide on the level of penalties. The size of the platform will be taken into consideration, so there's going to be a differentiated approach towards small and big. And it's going to enter into force, apply as of June 2022. Then we have also Code of Conduct on countering hate speech online, just rules and community standards that prohibits hate speech and put in place system and teams to review content. Then we have directive on better enforcement and modernization of Union consumer protection rules, so-called Omnibus. And Omnibus directive, it introduced changes to the already existing consumer instruments to enhance protection in terms of what's going on the platform. Those are changes to Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, you have it on the slide, and changes to Consumer Rights Directive. And maybe it's important to stress what is with Consumer Rights Directive. So the platform operator has to mention whether the contractual partner of consumer is a trader, because that would trigger consumer protection. But you know, at the end of the day, platforms enforce this protection on parties that offer services to consumers. So in practice, I'm not really sure how much it will change, because platforms already do that. What will we have? And this is this huge legislative debate that is part of a really wide debate on the digital future of Europe. So we have two legislative acts in the pipeline, Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act. And they are interconnected. And the DSA is primarily concerned with transparency and consumer protection. It applies to all intermediaries, but differentiates between the rules that apply to them depending on the size. And DMA targets the lack of competition in digital market, where platforms create entry barriers. So it targets specific huge or large online platforms. You have the specifics on the slide. The Digital Services Act is based on traditional European approach, which is a liability exemption. So platforms and other intermediaries are not liable for users' unlawful behavior unless they are aware of illegal acts and fail to remove them. There is no general obligation to monitor. Actually, there is a prohibition. There are measures to counter illegal goods in Digital Services Act, new obligation on traceability, safeguards for users that they will have a possibility to challenge content moderation decisions, transparency measures, and extra obligation for very large platforms, so-called VLOPs. And this is maybe interesting because these very large platforms, which are there are criterions in the Act which platforms are those, will have additional obligations to fulfill. They are required to conduct annual risk assessment regarding illegal content, negative effects of fundamental rights, and intentional manipulation of their services. And they will have to subject themselves to independent audits concerning transparency and due diligence effort. And this is maybe something that is of interest for the Global South, because it shows how European Union falls short when dealing with platforms, because what it requires is essentially, hey, Google, please let us know what systemic risks do you pose to European Union. And now Google is going to tell us how it poses risks. So yeah, this is quite an interesting aspect. When it comes to enforcement, it's going to be member states and European Union, which is European Commission. And the latest developments in this area, because they are being negotiated, those acts are being negotiated, is that the European Commission will have exclusive powers to enforce when it comes to very large online platforms. And this is actually, I think, a good solution, because the systemic risks cannot be handled at the national level. Member states, national states are simply too weak. But what it gives us, oh, sorry, I forgot to mention the Artificial Intelligence Act, which is also very, very important, has been put forward in the pushed down the legislative pipeline. So it is also being negotiated. But as I said, not very optimistic conclusions, because the platform market is already functioning. This is ex post intervention, so it's going to be difficult to handle, especially considering how strong the platforms already are. Then the complexity of matter matches complexity of the power struggle. If you take a look on the DSA and the DMA, they combine everything, especially DSA. Illegal content, illegal goods, illegal services are treated the same way. So misinformation, hate speech, and defective goods or services that do not match the description, contractual description. This is really a mixture that is going to be very difficult to digest. And specifically European context is that, at the one hand, you have 27 countries that cooperate together to face the challenges of the market organized by online platforms, by very, very strong players of a global dimension. But at the same time, European Union has limited competences, has to act within within what is attributed to it. And what you can see already is that the regulation of online platforms is really complex, is scattered. You will have difficulties to find what rules really apply, because you already have several instruments that apply, and there is no consistency between the instruments. So yeah, but this is lawyer speaking. Lawyer always sees problems. So thank you very much. I manage. I stop now.
Thank you, Aneta, for a broad view of the situation of regulation in Europe. So next, your next speaker will be Renata Ávila. Sorry, I say she's a Brazilian. In fact, she's from Guatemala. Renata Ávila and others speaking here, we are short in time, so I ask you to stay in 10 minutes limit that we established, okay? Thank you, Renata. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Enrique. As I said, as I commented in the chat, it will be like the speedy nationalization. It would be like a pleasure and an honor to be Brazilian, actually. I love the country very much. And one of the things that I love about Brazil the most is that Brazil, and I start the conversation with this, was a visionary of an open web, was a country that was visionary in establishing open rules for everyone, for a country in the global south to participate. Unfortunately, you know, like in the first decade of the century, something happened. And what happened, and is relevant for this conversation, is the equivalent of what happened to trains and public transport when the car was invented. And that was the mobile phone, you know. And the mobile phone, having mobile phones and being the default means of communication for global south countries, completely closed the opportunities for many, completely closed the opportunities of an open web where everybody could have a chance. When we think from the global south perspective, when we think about, when we compare the past, the first decade of the century, when like it was relatively like, you know, low investment, really decentralized the possibility of open and online business. And we contrast it today with the structure that platforms push us into. It really has changed, like having a digital environment where a platform and an app is the default way for everybody, for the global poor to connect, has really blocked the opportunities to flourish for the global poor themselves. And that's a very interesting point that we do not discuss enough. I do not think that we are even discussing at this point the possibility of a post-platform future, because actually it is the centralized, the close structure, the extractive structure of platforms that it is the departing point of many of the problems that we are facing today. And if we reflect, you know, on the economic benefits of platforms, what we really see in the global south is a structure that is socializing the cost and privatizing the profits, and privatizing the profits in a very clever way, because it's free riding in a system that really like took advantage of globalization and on the global rules that the jurisdictions where most of the dominant platforms come from, to basically evade taxes, do not contribute to society, and do not obey to, like, you know, rules like labor rules, environmental rules, and public law in general. And we are not, I mean, the global south, if I think of countries like Guatemala, we are not the European Union, you know, we are far away from it. In having leverage, I mean, like the largest platforms do not even have an office in our countries, unlike in Brazil, you know, those tiny little markets, you know, like, and paying this very high cost and giving away the possibilities of having a future our own. There's many things to consider on when we think about platform regulation from a global south perspective. The first reality check is that we have the hands tied by free trade agreements that we're like often you know, pushed to sign. If I think of Central America and the CAFTA, DR-CAFTA, and the updated version is coming to us, and it will be like signed with blind, you know, because we have to sign it. It really impedes us from like having a regulation that is like that resembles the regulation of the European Union that we just listened to now. As we have seen, for example, in recent, you know, like attempt at changing the policies of WhatsApp, the leverage is very, very little that we could have like with this, like, you know, abrupt changes of policies that we just have to sign in and say yes, because the reality is that our small and micro enterprises, the poorest people in our countries, depend absolutely in four or five platforms to like conduct businesses, to exist even. If you think of also the vulnerability of countries in the global south of sanctions, a sanction in a small country like Nicaragua comes to my mind, you know, like can, you know, completely wipe out of the small businesses that rely on Facebook for bookings, for example, or for advertising, on Google Maps to exist in the telephone, to be able to find your small business in a rural area. So all these conversation and this provocation that I'm presenting is like, it will look very different if we will be trying to regulate platforms in the global south, and regulation might be impossible, and it might be necessary to think a post-platform architecture for online that goes a little bit back to the web we had, but rescues elements of the web we want, to think of a more distributed digital future where the global poor, where small countries, where small players can again have a say and have a business that is functional and serves people without being like swallowed by these giants and that are divided and is interoperable again. That's the dream I have, and it's time to imagine something post-platform for us to like recover autonomy and sovereignty, digital sovereignty from the global south perspective.
Thank you, Renata. Excellent. In fact, we bring this discussion here for your region, for the Global South, and specific to Latin America. And I hope to have questions in the audience on the debate phase about that. Next, we will have Mr. Subhash Badra. Please, Subhash, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll try to share my screen, but at the same time, I too am suffering from a cold. So in case I just need to switch off my video to sneeze, please excuse me. So look, I think for many reasons, India becomes an interesting case from the regulation of platforms perspective, because sure, it's global south, but at the same time, with China having shunted out a bunch of these platforms, it is their biggest market. 1 in 4 people who are on WhatsApp are in India. So I think it gives India a unique amount of leverage. And I think that that's leading to a very interesting, to put it mildly, kind of dynamic here. And I want to, in this presentation, walk the audience through some of that. So just to start with, right, I think the context in which this is playing out in India is, like many global south countries, is one of rapid internet adoption. About 500 million people in India, and these are somewhat dated numbers, 500 million people in India access the internet, and that's grown very, very rapidly over the past 4 or 5 years. Most of the people are online through smartphones, so many people have just leapfrogged the computer and broadband and all of that, and it's all mobile internet. So for them, very often the internet means just WhatsApp and Facebook. So I think that's a very interesting dynamic. Thirdly, the Indians actually consume the most amount of data on their mobile phones, which is significantly higher than the US and Europe. This was 9.8 a few years back. I think the latest numbers are like some 14 GB a month. So because of the falling prices of data, Indians have emerged as the largest consumers of data in the world on a per capita basis. And about 500 million people are expected to come online between 2017 and 2022, which means that these are all people who are on the internet for the first time. These are first generation internet users. They haven't been accustomed to the internet for long and all of that. And this is all leading to, at a very fundamental level, you know, we like to say data is changing India. I think the India we used to imagine 10 years ago is not the India anymore. I think it is, there's a lot more startup activity. The socio-political dynamic has completely changed. And I think, you know, even when you look at platforms, I think it's important to realize and remember that these platforms are, at the end of the day, happen in a society, and there's a very complex relationship, and fundamentally that these platforms are changing the society that they inhabit. as I've gone through this earlier, which is to say that the kind of folks who are now coming online in India in the last 5 years are people like vegetable vendors, garment factory workers, domestic help, security guards, right? And these are the people whose lives therefore become extremely dependent on and affected by these platforms as they get rolled out. I mean, the top layer, kind of the rich and middle income, have probably had internet for maybe a decade or 2 decades, but it's this class of aspirers who are now coming online for the first time. So with all of that said, and Anita, went through some of this, but at least the way I look at digital platforms is that there are 4 defining features, and which is also what separates them from, we've had big pharma before, we've had big tobacco, big oil, we've had dominant private sector platforms, or private sector companies. But what makes digital platforms very different is the data-centric model. And if you think of data as an embodiment of the human, because my data is about me. So because of this, there's a very intense link between these platforms and me as an individual, which wasn't true of earlier companies. Network effects, as Anita has already spoken about it fairly in detail. Then there's an infrastructural role that a lot of the economy these days is now built on top of these platforms. So unlike a big pharma or a big oil, which was operating in a silo from the rest of the economy, big tech and digital platforms are embedded in the rest of the economy. And most importantly, they play a very important civic function. I think never before have private companies been moderators of a constitutionally guaranteed right in any country. And I think the importance of this moment cannot be understated. So if you look at these 4 as the characteristics of digital platforms, something that's really unique in India is that we aren't only talking about the Facebooks and Amazons of the world. I think there's something very interesting going on in India, that the government is out to build many digital platforms, and I think somewhat unique in the world, and I am going to walk through that. But at the same time, while China took the route of shunting everyone out and building their own platforms, I think in India also there's the emergence of domestic and large platforms which are going to compete with the global platforms or be co-opted or co-opt the global platforms in many ways, and I'm going to walk through that as well. So first things first, right? I mean, I think one aspect of digital platforms in India is just the traditional big tech companies that we are all very familiar with. And again, just the scale of some of this is really important to grasp. When we talk about digital payments in India, which has been one of our massive successes over the past many years, Google is the most dominant platform in digital payments in India. There are 300 million users of Google Pay in India, and it has the largest market share. India is an Android market, completely dominated by Google. Amazon has a very large share in the e-commerce sector. Again, the users of WhatsApp, Facebook, just very, very large numbers. And average Indian spends almost an hour on Facebook every day. So these big tech, global and mostly US big tech platforms are deeply embedded in Indians' lives. But at the same time, we see a tendency for domestic companies to actually start playing the game that big tech platforms have, and that is by integrating different layers of the value chain. So in India, for example, there's a very large company called Reliance Jio, owned by the richest man in India, and probably I think the richest man in Asia. And his company has entered into many partnerships with different players in a way that it is building top to down, it is building its presence in that entire value chain. And I think the long-term aspiration of this company, many allege, is really to be as dominant and as embedded in everyone's lives in the way that that global platforms are. So for example, Google and Facebook have pumped in billions of dollars into this company with the intention to come up with partnerships, come up with common platforms, devices, etc. So I think there's something very interesting going on here with respect to the presence of domestic tech platforms. But what's probably most interesting in India is that the government itself comes in and says, you know what, we are going to actually build that platform out. So India's digital ID story, I think most people are very familiar with, but beyond India's digital ID story, we've had a payments infrastructure that was built by a quasi-government entity, and that payment infrastructure has basically destroyed the monopoly of credit card businesses and has created a different kind of platform dynamic. There is an intention to actually open up financial sector data through a quasi-government data exchange. There are talks about building an e-commerce platform which will reduce the monopoly powers of e-commerce players in India. So I think a lot of interesting things happening with the government stepping in and in sector after sector saying that the platform layer should be owned by the government and owned by society, and that it's only the application layer that should be built by the private sector. And so I think there's a kind of very interesting dynamic between the public and private sector that is playing out in digital platforms in India. But at the same time, while I think we are all very familiar with all the downsides of platforms, I think it is important to understand in the global South context, digital platforms also have a positive role to play. To the extent that Amazon or other e-commerce players make it easier for small businesses to reach their beneficiaries in a way that WhatsApp makes it easier for businesses to reach their beneficiaries, I think they have had a very significantly positive impact on the Indian ecosystem. They have innovated a lot on terms of the vernacular languages and other technologies, and that has really helped the wider community as well, obviously with the big tech kind of watching out for its own benefits. These are informational gateways. The information explosion that we've seen in India has happened because of these platforms. A lot of customized experiences and customized services that they have provided. And at the same time, sometimes in a global South country like India, there is really low state capacity. And sometimes these platforms come and bridge that state capacity because they have access to data, they have access to capital, they have access to technology that very often governments will not have. And so even if you look at, for example, COVID, when that broke out, there was a lot of interesting applications of the data that was coming out of these platforms that could be used for policy making purposes. At the same time, there's a negative aspect to all of these. Market power, we all know the anti-competitive behavior. We know the problem with misinformation. We know the problem with privacy violations, etc. So I don't need to go over that, but just to reiterate the point that in the global South, I think the discussion is a lot more complex because platforms do have positive impacts on society. India, I think, again, from a regulatory perspective, because that is basically the question that we are asking ourselves today, there is a personal data protection bill built on broadly GDPR kind of frameworks with much wider exemptions to government that is now in advanced stages. India was the first country in the world to bring out and adopt net neutrality, which put a full stop to free basics. And at the same time, we've even on e-commerce, for example, we've had for long the fact that foreign companies cannot have self-dealing on their platforms. A very interesting regulatory innovation in India that is being discussed is around non-personal data, that all the non-personal data that is being collected by platforms should actually become open data. And there is a proposal, the government set up a committee, there's a proposal that this is the way that it could work, and wherein any company that achieves a certain size will have to make its non-personal data that it collects accessible to everyone else. There are geopolitical bans. India has used that very often with Chinese apps, but at the same time, there's always a threat that Twitter or the social media channels could be banned as well. A very interesting thing that happened earlier this year in India was new intermediary liability rules, wherein India actually mandated traceability. So the first originator of a WhatsApp message has to be WhatsApp has to collect and be able to identify them. There has been mandatory takedown of social media content within 36 hours, voluntary verification of people through identity on digital platforms and all of that. So I think there's been a lot of debate and discussion about what impact that has had on free speech, but at the same time, some really good and forward-looking measures as well. For example, grievance redressal officers and transparency reports. So a lot to unpack there. But finally, as I had earlier alluded to, that the Indian government is building out or promoting digital platforms in various sectors. And one that, for example, will be very interesting to watch is one in e-commerce, and it's called Open Network for Digital Commerce. And the idea there is, can e-commerce also be unbundled in a way that, for example, in Amazon or in India, Walmart or Flipkart doesn't have dominance across the entire value chain, and you basically modularize the value chain in a way you break their monopolies. So I think in many ways, India is doing a lot of innovative regulation, non-personal data, digital infrastructures, etc., traceability, and I think it'll be interesting to watch how all of this plays out. And finally, I will end with this, right? That again, we just have to look at what context is it playing out, and many of these might be relevant for other global south countries, that there is an interventionist government which says, you know what, platforms aren't performing, let us step in. There is a geopolitical digital wars with China. There is a certain tension with the US. There's tech nationalism that Indian startups and Indian companies must own the data. There's active civil society because there's a lot of pushback. There's a lot of strategic litigation going on. India as a sandbox that you're trying new and new ideas here, both the public and the private sector, and all of that playing out in the market, which for big tech is their biggest market globally. So I think lots of interesting things happening here, and happy to dive into any of this in Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Subhash, for this all this information about India's situation and showing us how the big techs and the platforms are different from other other situations in the economy like oil and electricity. Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Emmanuel Vitus. He's from the private sector from Africa. Please, Emmanuel, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Vitus. I'm a researcher and the national convener of the Togo IGF. So I'm going to talk about the evolution of the digital platform on the African continent and how regulation today poses a real problem on the continent. So as you may be aware, the evolution of digital platform have prompted governments across the continent to start regulating this platform beyond the existing traditional laws. And this is because in recent years, we have observed a number of challenges like cyberbullying, the online gender violence, and other forms of targeted online violence that's already present in other parts of the world. So those violence across the continent has actually caused the internet users, between government effort to regulate those online harms and social media platforms, which alternate between ignoring the problem or launching a broad, crackdown on the user's speech. So I will take it from two different perspectives. First, from the government perspective and from those tech giants' perspective as well, and also propose a few recommendations, as experts in the field, so that those from the government and also from those private sector or online platform can also team up to bring a kind of multi-stakeholder approach of regulation. So from a government perspective, in Africa, in recent years, most laws, enacted by the government on the continent seek to regulate the online harm like disinformation and online violence. They end up, targeting legitimate online speech instead. So I've actually looked at it broadly. So if you take, for example, the Nigeria Cybercrime Act or the Uganda Computer Misuse Act, the Kenya Computer and Cybercrime Act, or the Malawi Electronic Transaction and Cybersecurity Act. All those acts come, let's say, in less than 5 years now. So every African government trying to learn from each other, on how to regulate. But what we have noticed in those different acts that those governments are actually enacting is that most of them are vaguely worded and they can be, weaponized to stifle dissidents. So that's what we have observed, especially in countries where freedom of speech is not available or they are not democratic. The leaders use those regulations to actually stifle dissidents instead of regulating it to help their economy. So in some instances, for example, we've noticed that African governments shut down the internet just as a measure to regulate the, online speech, or a measure to regulate online platforms. So we have observed those trends in most of the countries, like in Togo, in countries like Cameroon, in countries like Uganda, in countries like Congo, where it has become a trend. In Ethiopia, in Algeria, like almost every part of the continent, they use it as the easiest way to regulate the platform, usually when it comes to election, or when it comes to public protest, or when it comes to national exams. Those are like the easiest way for the African government to regulate, those platforms. which we all agree that are not the best. But it's because usually those governments don't look at it on the Western way. We look at it as, you know, a threat. And as I said, it goes with democracy, because if you look at most of the countries that actually shut down the internet as a regulation, you know, to protect the online platforms, usually they are not democratic countries. You notice that most rulers in those countries have stayed in power more than 2 terms or more than 15 years. So they see the internet as a threat, especially giving the voices to, you know, the younger generation. The activists in the past in Africa, for example, they used to go on the street, they used to protest, they used to, you know, show their muscles. But now it's not the same case. Now everybody sits and, you know, with 100 characters on Twitter, you say your mind, you say whatever you want to say to the government. So we have observed the trend since the Arab Spring in 2011 till date. Every African government is facing that same challenge. So the easiest way for them to regulate is either come up with those laws, and usually, as I said, the laws are usually vague and very easy for the government to use it or misuse it as they want. We have laws, for example, in countries like Nigeria, where the government, there are articles, for example, when they said, if what you say is annoying to the government, you know, who define what is annoying. So those are like some of the ways, for example, governments across the continent learn from each other. And usually, if you notice, people that they arrest, you know, for publishing things online, etc., are usually dissidents. They are not people, you know, they actually arrest just for their opinion, but they also arrest them because of their, you know, political parties they belong to. So it has become a very big challenge. And from the social media perspective, they also face a very peculiar regulatory challenges in the African context, because usually those social media, like if I take Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, etc., they usually design one size fits all. I mean, like, if it's okay for the US market, it's okay for the African market. That's how the regulation comes. But, you know, we live in different parts of the world. And in Africa, usually, let me give basic example. Facebook, for example, use algorithm to fight hate speech. But in Africa, you cannot use algorithm to fight hate speech because people post things in their local languages. And Africa has like 800 you know, local languages, and it's almost impossible for those platforms like Facebook, etc., to define algorithm to detect certain words, for example, to fight online speech. So it becomes very difficult, and we notice that the one size fits all does not work really in the African context. And we also notice in recent years, for example, if you take WhatsApp, for example, during the COVID pandemic, it has become a platform on which, for example, the hate speech spread as quickly as possible, because usually, due to the digital literacy level of the continent, people prefer sending audio messages to their beloveds. So when they send those messages, it's difficult, for example, for those digital platforms to try to regulate this content. So you see the spread of fake news, you see the spread of videos and content that are so difficult for algorithm to fight. So on the continent, it becomes more and more difficult for those platforms. Now, from an expert view, what can African government and those social media platforms can do, you know, to regulate those platforms? Because we notice that more and more people are getting connected on the continent, and we don't have local solutions. By local solutions, I mean we don't have local platforms. So most of the platforms on the continent come from the US. And again, the necessity is they should now look at it from the African perspective when it comes to regulation. Because when they don't look at it that way, usually what happens is the African government give them the responsibility to do that. And if they are not able to do it, what they do is they go the hard way. So we have cases, for example, in Nigeria right now where Twitter is banned, you know, for months now in the country. We had countries like Chad where the government banned social media for a whole year, where people don't have access to social media. Or we have countries like Uganda or Benin, where government try to put a tax just on social media so that people pay before, you know, publishing their content online, aside their internet data that they buy they should pay for, social media tax, etc. So it became a challenge, and there is necessity for both the government and the online platforms to team up to come out with, compliance, laws that are in compliance with international human rights standard, because usually, as I said, the laws in Africa, they came in such a way that it's difficult for people to even have time to contribute. Sometimes you just wake up in the morning and they say the government has voted a new bill for social media. And when you go into it, it doesn't actually respect any human rights based approach. So it's more or less an attempt for the government to just quickly, solve the problem instead of looking at it, in the longer term. And also, we also have the non-participation of non-state actors. So usually the bill comes from the parliament, so they are the policy makers, and it comes from the government usually. So it's difficult, for example, for civil society, for private sector. By private sector, I mean those tech giants as well, to contribute, into those laws. So it becomes more and more difficult. So the academics, they are there, the international human rights organizations are there, and they are willing, to contribute to those processes, but those processes are not usually open, for a multi-stakeholder approach. And what I can say from my observation on the entire continent is it will be difficult, if African government continue to move on silos. It will be very difficult. They have to, come up with regulations that are really harmonized on continent level. Like, for example, if you take the European level with the GDPR, every country in the world now comply when they're exchanging their data with Europe. But in Africa, it's not the same. Every government, go its own way. But because they are not powerful economically as well, it's very difficult for them, because some countries on the continent, for example, if you take their annual GDP is equal to, what those social media platforms make in a month. So it's quite difficult to face those giants and fight them if we don't come out with, a continental, how do you call it, frameworks that are more inclusive to fight or regulate those platforms. So I think I will end it here, and I'll be open, to answer questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for all this information from Africa situation. And we see how important it's to the problem of regulating platforms in different geographies. Next, we have the Agustina Ordonez. She's the last speaker. Please, Agustina, try to stay in the 10 minutes mark, because we are short of time. And I believe you have much material to discuss today. Thank you. Agustina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation and for having me here. So I'm going to speak about what to consider when regulating social media platforms, and I will focus especially in the Argentinian case. So why do they need to be regulated? I think that's the main question. And the answer that I found is because we need to guarantee human rights, freedom of expression, and privacy. And after that, we can ask, okay, so, but where should we start? Like in which part? So I think there are three main things that need to be regulated. That is content moderation, personal data, and the lack of investment that these companies have in the countries where they operate. So in Argentina, we have two main international treaties. One is the American Convention on Human Rights, and the other one is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights that are the skeleton for this regulation. So regarding content moderation, we don't have a specific law, but we have a jurisprudence from a case from Maria Belén Rodriguez, who was a model, and she sued Google and Yahoo like 20 years ago because they used her image for pornography and erotic means. And the court said that even though the search engineers were not and are not responsible for the content that people share, they are responsible when they become aware of a criminal content and they do nothing about it. Regarding personal data, we have three main laws. One is Protección de los Datos Personales, so it's the protection of personal data, habeas data, and Argentina Digital, or Digital Argentina. And what these three main laws have is that the important thing is all your personal data belongs to you. And what do we mean with personal data? So personal data is anything that can be linked to your profile, to your identity. So for example, your ID of the computer, that's your personal data. Your phone number is your personal data. Your email is your personal data. It's not only about your name or your age. It's anything that can be used to say, okay, you are this person. And these laws are protected by the personal data law. And what they say is that the companies cannot use your personal data without your consent. And nowadays, you have to agree. Like yesterday, I was on Infobay, that is a website, and they say it appeared a message asking me to consent to share my personal data. And if I say no, they cannot use it. And that personal data belongs to me. So for example, I can go and ask them not to share it with other parties, or I'm willing to know what are they doing with this personal data. And I think one of the most important things that we have is the privacy of traffic data associated. So the thing is, no one can access to your personal data. The only way someone can access is with a request of a judge. So that's for the privacy part. And one thing, this is not a law, it's a guide, but I think it's more like a principle. I think it's important to have is the use of personal data for electoral purposes. So they say that so it's not a law, but they say that all your personal data cannot be used for other purposes, and this should apply also in electoral purposes. So even though it's not an existing regulation, it means that personal data that is used for electoral purposes is still personal data, and it should be under the same law. And the local communities, so the investment, there is a lack of investment in the countries where they operate. Usually they don't even have an office or a staff or an address where we can go. In Argentina, we don't have any taxation specifically for social media platforms, but what we have is taxes for foreign streaming services. So it's like Netflix and Disney Plus. But the thing is that those taxes are paid by the users and not by the companies. And one more law to take into account is the consumer protection law that says that all the information that these companies gives to us, it needs to be in our own language. It has to be simple. It has to be, real. So, and if not, we can like go to the court and sue them if they don't do this. So what can we learn from the Argentinian case? So in content moderation, I believe the most important thing is that to be aware or not to, we have been talking and discussing this over this week, the importance of freedom of expression. So just to not tackle it, the search engineers and the social media platforms are responsible for the content they have on their sites only when they become aware that it's a criminal content and they do nothing about it. So they don't remove it. But they're not responsible for what people post, only in this case. And another thing that is really important is that the removal of the content should be based on the home country's understandings and laws where it operates, not from where it's based. Because usually they say, okay, so this is not something that is against the, the law in the US, because there is where they have where they is based, but maybe in our country it is. So it has to be with the legislation of the country where it operates. Regarding personal data, so all its personal data, so everything that you share, and not even you, even if someone else shares something, or for example, someone take a picture with you and then he or she put it on Facebook and tag your name, that's personal data, even though you are not sharing yourself. because it can be linked to you. And all social media platforms need to have the consent to use our personal data. And what we have in Argentina that, well, I think the problem we have is with enforcement of all these things, right? So what we have is a registration for all the companies and NGOs and even the government. They need to register if they have a personal database, and they need to have a responsible for that data. So if something happens with that data, we know who to sue or who to go to or who to, I don't know, to ask for our data. The investment in local economy, I believe the most important thing is that people should not, I mean, people already pay taxes. So this company needs to start paying taxes as not more or less than other companies that operate in the country. And they should definitely have an office and a minimum staff, so we can go and we can ask things. And if we want something to be removed, for instance, in Argentina, we speak Spanish. And if you want to say something to, for example, Facebook or Instagram, you will have to email them in English, and that's a barrier. And well, obviously they should be reached for the people should be able to reach them in their own country. And in a case of litigation, and this is really important, the application of the law should be in the country where it operates. So if it operates in Argentina, it goes to the application of the law of Argentina, not of the US. So thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Agustina. So now you have some time for questions for the audience. I believe the session is very good. So it's a pitch that you have so few time to discuss those issues, and we see how important it's to see how to regulate platforms in different ways regarding the global south situation. My first question, we have some questions also from the audience, but my first question is somehow regulating platforms will involve the work and the effort from the platforms themselves. I mean, it's not easy to regulate platforms without the cooperation of the platform. So we talk mostly on self-regulation with regulation together, co-regulation, and things like that. So I would like to have inputs from our speakers about this trend of the necessity of the state to govern the power of the platform, but how to do it together with the platforms in a self-regulation or co-regulation way. Please, I put this question to all the speakers. So if one of you could respond, I will be very glad. Thank you.
Renata?
Yeah, I would like to start. You know, like I strongly disagree with the idea of self-regulation or co-regulation, especially if you are like in a country in the global south, because we have seen what has happened in recent times with Facebook and with all these companies with their like brilliant oversight boards and apparent like strong PR signaling that they are doing something for the users, and then you see that the priority is users in rich countries and serving the consumers in rich countries. And when we see like, you know, very sensitive and very dangerous issues such as promoting a genocide in Myanmar, or you know, like all the social unrest and confrontation among like, you know, ethnic groups right now in Ethiopia, or the terrible management of elections in Honduras are like completely neglected and left for later. Companies, like their main goal is profit, is not serving people necessarily. And if we have a weak government, it is like the vulnerability and the possibilities of these companies writing their own regulation is high. So I believe that instead of co-regulation, I think that what we need is a broader Global South countries alliances, like, like a third block of countries agreeing on stronger regulation and stronger standards that are not necessarily inspired by or dictated by G20 countries, basically, but by the logic of the smaller players in the game.
Thank you, Renata. We have another question. We have a big buzz around big techs, huge corporations, monopolies, and market concentration. There is also a common sense about the possibility of unbundling some of these companies. How do we envision the appropriate way to regulate platform according to their size and work stream, considering that some of them, most of the users are located in the Global South? How do you see this discussion that you using breaking the companies, how are made to avoid to attack the problem? Someone can talk?
Sure, I can
Please,
jump into that.
Subhash.
Yeah, I can jump into that one. That I think many people now agree that breaking up the platforms by themselves, probably you'll have to be incredibly smart to actually pull that off. In most likelihood, it will not work because you'll probably do it somewhat imperfectly in a way that whatever the smaller parts are will also then become larger. Because the structural parameters of these, which is the network effects, the data-centric models, the infrastructure rules, those are not going away. So as long as they stay, platforms will stay like that. I do want to bring attention to something that I've been thinking about for several years, and with shades of which I think you can see in the Indian government's approach, is of platform interoperability. That if so much is dependent on their network effects, what happens if you really take away those network effects? So historically, for example, in payments, because even if you see in China, there are these closed loop ecosystems where you can pay to someone who's on the same platform. Similarly, we can only chat on Facebook with someone who's on Facebook. But what India did was it made payments, it built a backbone such that different payment systems could chat with each other, and you could on Google Pay can send money to someone who's on Walmart's payments channel. So that has made the platform, that has made all of this extremely interoperable in the sense that on payments, therefore, you do not have the harms of monopolies that you see in other areas. So I think it is worth exploring, instead of breaking up, whether there is a possibility to make these interoperable. So hypothetically, if I could, the reason I am on WhatsApp and not just on Signal is because I have to be there because my friends and family are there. But what if I could be on Signal and send a message to someone who's on WhatsApp? I think that will really break the excessive power that these companies have, not so much, just kind of legally breaking them up.
Thank you, Subhash. We have a lot of questions on the chat. I will go to a question from Luisa Malheiros. She's saying, we've seen from the Facebook papers that besides the language problems, there is no transparency about the content moderation investments to Latin America, for instance. How could you address, in terms of regulation, this problem mentioned by Agustina about difficulty in prioritizing research for Latin America for the Global South? This situation arises for Africa very clearly, as Emmanuel said also. Anyone can respond?
Yes. Today, I think it's a matter of power. Somebody earlier mentioned that when you take those platforms like Facebook and Google, etc., do we co-regulate with them, or government can go with its power to regulate, because as you said, there's no transparency. Where anytime government, come out with a policy, they came out and say, no, we are doing our best. We are doing our best. We are working on algorithm. We are working on a team. We are regulating. We are recruiting people to work on local languages. I mean, all these are, grammar and, diplomatic talks. But we need real, change. We need to see the transparency to what level, for example, they are commit, to regulate those platforms. Because in Nigeria, for example, the government of Nigeria was able to ban Twitter for one reason: they have the market. They have the market, and Twitter at a point know that, yes, we have to sit and negotiate with the government because we cannot do without them. Nigeria today have more than 200 million people. That's like the population of, half of Europe. So it's at a point you have to sit down with giants like Nigeria, for example, to have a conversation, because it's a matter of sovereignty. Nigeria banned Twitter for one reason: they deleted the president's tweet. And the president said, well, you are a company like any other company, and we are an institution. So I think at a point, we have to look at it, in a broader way. That's why earlier I said a multi-stakeholder approach, because we don't need individuals or companies to regulate, content on the continent. What we need is to have good laws and strong institutions, for the rule of law, because at the end of the day, it's not who is doing it, is it what the law says. And if that law is a multi-stakeholder law, I don't think Facebook or Twitter or an individual will come against it, because they are all part of it. So it's very important that we go on that direction, than thinking that anytime the problem arises, we wait for either the government to come out with a law, because the government always does it on its own way as, a sovereign state. They do it on their own way. And if you are not lucky and you come to countries like Cameroon or Togo, where you have, authoritarian regimes, they don't even look at, the opportunity to regulate. They look at the opportunity to suppress dissidents. So it's very important that we go the multi-stakeholder way in drafting laws, because it's only the laws that can be applied in the longer term. And also, to conclude from what my colleague from Argentina said, it's difficult, for example, for someone today to go and sue somebody in the US, because the cost involved is a lot for an African. So it's very important that if those giants come to the continent, the rule of law in those countries should be applied to them, because today they hide behind, the US regulation, saying that we are a US company and we don't have to be accountable, to any government around the world. If you have a problem, come to the US. I think that is one problem that needed to be solved. That's why I spoke earlier about, harmonization of, those frameworks on the continent, because if we stand as one continent with more than, 700 million people, is more strong than individual countries who are less than 1 million people. So that is where I stand. We have to come out with a multi-stakeholder approach, and also a regulation that is a continent-drive regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. We are really short of time. We will finish 3 minutes. So I would like to first say thank you to all the speakers for the excellent opportunity of discussing this question of regulating platforms on IGF. As I said before, CGIBR is conducting this discussion on Brazil since the beginning of this year. And we are very glad to have this opportunity to discuss with experts from all the regions of the world about this important issue that all the nations are confronting today. I have some. I will pass the floor to Anita to say a few points about the question posted, and say again thank you for all the audience and for the speakers. Anita, can you close the section, because I don't know about the procedure, but maybe you will be out in 2 minutes. Please, Anita, make the wrap up for me.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure for me to listen to these presentations, which were totally eye-opening, and whereas the I think we share the same problems. because the structure of the problem is the same. The question is, how strong are we to answer them? And it is quite heartbreaking. And I intentionally use emotional description to hear how free trade agreements prevent from imposing legitimate democratic answer to clearly abusive practices. And I think that was the same tune sounding in all of the presentations, that the answer to the changing global market is uniform approach. And one country will not be able to address the issues. A congregation of countries might. And you know, I am quite often annoyed with the policy of European Union because I found it too weak. And yes, I find it too weak, but at least there is incentive, and at least there is a certain background that is strong and can be enforced. And that also shows that there is a space to achieving this. And I think that what is happening in Europe is not enough. It's just the beginning. And I'm just like, for me, it was a huge eye opener. And I'm really, really grateful for all these extremely interesting views for all the sides of the world. I'm making it personal, but it was incredibly interesting panel for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anil.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone.
É porque eu recebo e-mail.
Sim, mas ele manda o link do negócio lá no calendário do IGF para eu clicar
Lu,
e receber o
Lu,
negócio.
can you turn the microphone off, please?
Sorry.
It's okay. Guys, hello everyone. I think unfortunately we cannot count with Mr. Yassin Aslam. He got ill last night. He's testing to check if it's COVID at this moment. And we may start, that we can have more time to discuss, but we hope that Mr. Thomas Unendorsen, representative from the Fair Work Foundation, also be able to join us. He didn't reply so far. So please, Rafael Evangelista, thank you. No.
Okay, thank you, Alexandre. So, good afternoon. Welcome to the workshop 232 of the Internet Governance Forum 2021. The title of this workshop is Mind the Gap, Digital Labor and International Frameworks. My name is Rafael Evangelista. I'm an anthropologist and professor at the State University of Campinas in Brazil. I'm also a member of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, the CGI.br, representing the academic sector. I'll be the moderator of this session. And here with us, we have Uma Rani from the International Labour Organization. We have also Alina Moraiti, who is a collaborator with the ILO. And we are expecting to have with us also Rafael Groman, professor at Unicinos in Brazil, also representing DG Labor. Yassin Aslam, we were expecting him, but he is ill, so he will not join us today. And he was supposed to represent the United Kingdom Uber's Drivers Union, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. And we are also expecting Thomas Unendorsen from Fair Work Foundation to join us later. So this is how we're going to go. The workshop is organized in 5 sections of discussions. First, we're gonna have Uma Rani. We'll open the debate, presenting us a global overview of digital platform impacts and the ILO and how ILO is addressing the digital labor challenges. Then we will have a theoretical discussion led by Rafael Groman and Alina Moraiti, bringing up some insights on the concept of decent work and how it has been applied in the internet scope. They will address some of the impacts of the digital labor platforms in working conditions in the Global South as well. And following that, we will have a more empirical discussion. It was supposed to be with Yassin Aslam and Thomas Unendorsen, but now we're gonna just have Thomas giving us some concrete examples of potential resistance tactics to prevent the deterioration of digital labor conditions. Then we will have an open discussion, kindly moderated by Uma Rani. So please prepare your questions and for that moment and send us those questions. This is going to be very important for us. And finally, to wrap up, we will have a brief closing remarks by the panelists. Since we don't have Yassin with us, I think it's okay to say that you can have some extra minutes. So feel free to expand your ideas. Before giving the floor to Marani, let me briefly introduce the topic, just to give you all some context. The emergence of platform-based business models has contributed to the increase of informality and the deterioration of employment conditions. The fragmentation of production process, a direct consequence of technological advancement, has led to more unstable employment and income. The ILO, the International Labour Organization, has developed frameworks and partnered with local and international organizations to contribute with policymaking in order to ensure decent digital work. However, there are mismatches between international and local policies in terms of both digital and labor regulations that must be identified and addressed. This is one of our goals today. The workshop aims at discussing digital policy alternatives to improve the digital platform's role in providing productive employment, rights, safety, and non-exploitative work. To do so, the workshop will address the following issues. A, to present an overall impact of the internet economy to labor conditions, with an emphasis on the Global South. B, assess the ILO's framework to cope with the challenge of digital platform labor, and how it has been used in different regions and stakeholders. And C, discuss possible new policy perspectives to address the challenges of a changing scenario in the labor field. So here today we expect to 1, explore the limits of the ILO framework on increasing investment in decent and sustainable work for the digital age. And 2, organize a set of possible new policy perspectives to address potential mismatch between local digital labor policies and international frameworks, also considering connectivity issues. Also, as a member of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, let me add that it's our goal to bring this agenda to the field of the Internet governance forums, and particularly to the discussions carried out by the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. Our perspective today is the perspective of the Global South region, which plays a major role in terms of digital labor and also usage of digital platform services. So without further ado, I give the floor to Uma Reni. Please, Uma. Thank you. Your mic, it's off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Rafael, for introducing me and also for setting the context. And it's a pleasure to be here and to talk to you all. What I thought I would do is, instead of using a presentation today, actually give you a quick roadmap of what's been happening in the world with regard to the digital economy and digital labor platforms. As you all know, ILO recently actually launched a major flagship report, the World Employment Social Outlook 2021, on role of digital labor platforms in transforming the world of work. What it went about doing there was basically outlining why there is a rise in the digital economy, what are the factors that have contributed to it, what does a platform business model look like, and what are the implications of such a business model on the workers, and what have countries been doing with regard to actually addressing some of the issues related to the working conditions of the workers. And it goes about laying it down 15 recommendations that not only fall within the field of labor law, but also touches upon competition law and other laws, emerging laws relating to algorithm. It very rightly goes about pointing out, based on data that it has collected for this particular report, that these platforms have been rising, and it shows that it is a 5-fold increase. So this is not a phenomena that is small, but it is a growing phenomena. And one of the reasons why it has been largely growing is because of the availability of cloud infrastructure and cloud storage, which has actually allowed businesses to come in and set up because it's a very low entry cost phenomena today. So that's why you see, in some sense, these platforms coming up in a big way. And you also have venture capitalists who are actually interested in investing in these, because there's always this notion that exists that if one platform can actually dominate and monopolize the markets across the world, then you can win as a result of it, and you can have huge gains, capital gains as a result of it. So this is what has been one of the motivations around it. But what it also the report shows is that there is a huge digital divide that exists, both in terms of the kind of investments that are being put in, but also where these enterprises are being set up. So they are largely dominated in United States, China, and a couple of other countries where you have huge investments coming in. While much of the other global South countries, whether you're talking about Latin America, Africa, or Middle East, it's a very small proportion. It's only about 4% of the investment. Now, these platforms, I think for us as a labor organization, from where we come, they are transforming the world of work. And I think that's why we are getting into this issue. That is where our concern is. There are three ways in which they transform, and I think this is very fundamental and important for us to understand. The first one is, the algorithmic management practices that has been introduced along with this model is very new. It's a huge departure from what we know of the human management practices that many traditional companies had. And you have, whether it is allocation of work, whether it's monitoring, whether it's evaluation, and finally the reward of work, all of that is algorithmically managed. Now, this has huge implications. Now, this has implications in terms of, who is going to get the work. And who's going to get the work is dependent upon your ratings. So the evaluation metrics that is used is ratings. If you have a very good ratings, then you can get the work, but it's not enough. You have platforms in freelance where you could have a very good ratings, but you might not have the ability to pay to actually put your proposals, or to actually try to get your proposals recognized at the top. And as a result, you might not get it. And this is something we have seen systematically, workers from Global South not being able to bid for certain proposals, or highlight the proposals for them to get the job. Now, while ratings is very important, and there's this whole notion that exists with the platform saying that you have the flexibility, you have the freedom to, take whatever job you want, when you want. And we have seen repeatedly through our surveys that we have done with both the taxi and the delivery workers, that when a worker gets a taxi driver gets a ride, or a worker gets an order, they have few seconds, 15 to 40 seconds to decide whether they take it or not. And if they decide not to take that particular ride or order, there is a penalization or a punishment that happens. And that takes the form of you not being able to access more work in future. It could last from a day to months. You could be deactivated. And more importantly, your ratings come down. So it has a huge impact on the same performance evaluator that you're talking about. Now, all of this, what does that mean for a worker? It means that it's difficult for them to access work. You can get deactivated at a click of a button without even knowing why that was there. And it has a huge implication on the earnings of many of these workers. And we have also seen that on some platforms such as MicroTask, the entire evaluation process is algorithmically determined, where you have an algorithm deciding whether the task you did was right or wrong. And if it decides it is wrong, the work is rejected, you're not paid payment. And not only that, you have certain mechanisms that are set up in the platform, in the design, where, every task is said it will take so much time. It might take actually more than that time, but it is clocked in a way that you have to finish the work within that time. If you don't finish, the work is off. But you have no mechanism to talk to a human being on these platforms to discuss what needs to be done about it. The communication flow does not exist, whether when your task is rejected or when the work disappears or whether you're deactivated. And I think this is fundamental that you see in all of the platforms that are there. So I think this is important because this has implications on the kind of pay or earnings you earn by the end of the day. Because you do not earn enough, you actually end up working very long hours. This is particularly a big problem that we have seen when you talk about taxi and delivery workers. When many global South countries, the number of hours they work is about 69 on taxi and 59 on delivery, which is huge, which is far above the limits put by the Working Hours Convention of the ILO. Now, the second shift that you see is how the platforms, it's very celebrated that platforms are asset light. They're asset light largely because they're shifting the entire responsibility of capital, whether you're talking about a taxi or whether you're talking about a computer on an online platform, onto the worker. So as a result, they do not have to make the investments, and also the risks that are associated with it, whether you have a regularity of work, whether you have jobs, or if there is other risks that are there. This is not what a platform actually takes on itself. It's all pushed onto the workers. So this is one of the major shifts that we see, and that is something that we really need to think about, because this is changing what a definition of a firm is and what the boundaries of the firm are. And I think for us, it's quite important to look at that. The third, which is again from an ILO point of view, is very important, is, we all talk about duality, right? Especially when you're in the global South countries, duality is part and parcel of our life because informality exists in various forms in the labor market. But what's very interesting with the platform business model is it creates duality through the platform business model itself. So it has a core workforce whom it employs to actually set up all the technology and to manage the workers. And then you have the whole services that is actually outsourced. So they become mediators in actually getting the work done. So this is fundamental change that you see, and this is something which is what has led to a huge debate across a number of countries in the world, saying that, given the nature of tasks that these workers perform, they should be classified as employees, because algorithm directs you, it allocates tasks, it directs how you should do it. And you have monitoring mechanisms through different software, hardware tools, whether on location based or on online based, as you know how the task is being done. And the whole reward process is dependent on it. So given the way the mechanism functions, and the technology actually can help you track all of this. So, this is very clearly a relationship of that of an employee and not that of a self-employed or an independent contractor. So this is a fundamental issue of misclassification or doing a correct classification that needs to be taken into consideration. I think these are broadly the kind of issues which you very clearly see emanating from the platform business model. Now, what the platforms have done very smartly is that they have the terms of service agreement, which actually goes about defining what the working conditions of the workers would be. They lay it down, and these terms of service agreement are unilaterally determined by them without having a social dialogue with the governments or with the workers, worker associations or worker unions or whatsoever. So this creates quite a bit of problem because you can unilaterally determine what can change at what point of time and what not. And this is not an easy access that a worker has to actually negotiate or bargain, because you're negotiating is basically when you log into an account, you accept everything. Otherwise, you can't get work or you cannot get an account. So, there's no point of negotiation that exists anywhere within that. So what we have tried to do is we have tried to do a survey of about 12,000 workers across the globes also specifically focusing for taxi and delivery in the global South countries. And what we clearly find is huge challenges with regard to low pay, not having enough to earn, long working hours, having issues around occupational safety and health, and the implications of algorithmic management practices on workers, which leads to a huge stress on many of them. One of the things that we do, and this is very important for us, is to look at what is it in the legislative sphere or that needs to be done. And here we have a whole dedicated chapter which looks at different conventions and recommendations of the ILO. And there are the fundamental principles and rights at work of the ILO, which are actually applicable to all workers, irrespective of what your contractual status is. It doesn't matter whether you are classified as an employee or a self-employed, that is applicable to you. Now, other than that, you have a number, and I think my colleague Alina is going to talk a bit more into the details of that, but you also have other key labor standards, actually, which is applicable to workers irrespective of your contractual status. This is like the occupational safety and health, social security, employment and job creation, and labor inspection. All of this is applicable to all. It doesn't differentiate which kind of an employment status that you are basically in. And then there are certain principles that are there actually that are also applicable. And this relates to that of fair termination, who will have access to data and who will not, and then the kind of payment systems that are there. All of this is again applicable to all workers. So I think what's interesting is that there are conventions, there are recommendations, there are principles that are there in the ILO, which could be easily adopted to ensure that workers have decent working conditions. But because the platforms are using the terms of service agreement, now this becomes very important. Now, what we have also seen is that countries have adopted varying mechanisms to actually address this issue of working conditions, but it is all very piecemeal. What's quite interesting to see is in the global South, much of it is around occupational safety and health and social security, while that in global North is much more around the employment relationship, and much of it coming out of court and judicial decisions based on the autonomy and control that is there. So given the kind of variation that is there and the regulatory uncertainty that is there, the ILO actually calls for an international policy dialogue and coordination so as to have at the international global level a dialogue with the workers, governments, and platform companies to discuss about the various issues related to working conditions, not only within the labor law, but emerging law of algorithms and competition law. Because if you start classifying workers as self-employed, then the right to collectively bargain is part of the competition law. So that needs to be brought into. So one of the next steps of the ILO is to have a technical expert meeting, which has now been approved by the governing body. And this will be held next year, the second half. And we look forward to having a very productive discussion to see how to take the issues relating to this forward. And lastly, let me end by saying that the EU legislative is out. And I think it gives us quite a bit of thought with regard to what needs to be done moving forward with this issue. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Uma. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Rafael. Maybe we can start with you. And,
yeah.
Thanks, Rafael, for being with us today.
Yeah.
Please.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the invitation, Rafael, Alexandre, and people from Brazil. I agree totally with Uma Rani in this explanation about international frameworks. And I I will talk a little bit about my work on digital labor research lab here in Brazil, and some theoretical perspectives and my experiences also in Fair Work project. First of all, the I want to think about the names about platform labor, and what's the names to understand platform labor, and how gig economy expression is a little bit wrong about global south perspectives and global south framework, because gig economy is not a novelty in global south, because gig is historically a norm of working class people in many countries, or many countries of global south. So for me, gig economy is an Eurocentric expression to name some few cities in the world and try to totalize this. And so for people from Brazil, for instance, the novelty is not a gig, because gig is historically the norm for survival. But the novelty is the subsumption of the control of digital platforms to exploit and control the work. It's not exactly the gig itself. For me, it's very important to put into discussion. Other two things about understanding platform labor from global south is that global south is not the same everywhere. In the fair work, we are seeing many perspectives in the global south, or even Latin America and Africa. There are many different scenarios around platform labor. And another thing is that the global south is not exotic. We are not exotic, because many research put the frameworks of platform labor in global south as hidden labor, or hidden workers, or ghost workers, or something like this. And my colleague Nupur Raval from India invite us to think about the political and ethical consequences naming workers as invisibles, and how this hidden labor or ghost workers frameworks can be also Eurocentric perspectives. Oh, I'm from global north, and and these are invisible workers, and I'm a journalist or a researcher saying that, oh, see these invisible workers here. So we can move beyond these hidden or ghosts or invisible perspectives around platform labor, because people can work for Amazon Mechanical Turk, for Click Farm platforms from their homes, but they are not invisibles and they are not ghosts. And this can be towards a decent work standard. So for me, a great theoretical challenges is how platformization of work means a growing dependency, and the focused on dependency of digital platforms and their mechanisms, like datafication, like algorithmic management and surveillance of workers, in this dependency to achieve work activities. And these digital labor platforms presents a diversity, a multiplicity of profiles of platforms, of design, of different profiles of workers too, regarding work and of riders or drivers, and regarding micro workers, or regarding click farms, or even regarding the work of streamers, YouTubers, influencers, sex workers, who also depends on digital platforms and are also organizing struggles, organizing associations, and so on, with different perspectives, but uniting regarding this dependency on platform mechanisms. So, click farm platforms, for instance, in Brazil, we have many click farm platforms whose workers are paying to click, follow Instagram profiles or TikTok accounts to boost social media accounts for politicians, influencers, and celebrities. Remind us that there have connections between platform labor and disinformation for hire, or platform labor and political communication, and so on. And one of the challenges here is how to articulate this thing. For instance, regulation, public policies, and also the promotion of fair work or decent work, and also how to connect the regulation of digital labor platforms and regulation of social media platforms, since as there are many workers working for social media platforms with content moderation work and transcribing videos for TikTok, as a recent piece of Intercept showed. So we have many challenges regarding this. So I am working with Fair Work Project. It's a project by led by University of Oxford, and I'm the principal investigator in Brazil. We are an action research now in 26 countries around the world, evaluating digital platforms regarding fair work principles. These principles built with many stakeholders, workers associations, and ILO, and other local stakeholders around the world. And these principles are updated each year. And so we are very open to discuss and update the principles and discuss with you. And the Fair Work principles put five main dimensions around decent work in digital platforms regarding fair pay, including minimum wage and living wage too. For us, there is a gap even in Brazil regarding data around living wage, what's count as living wage in Brazil regarding statistics around that, and methodologies for counting living wage in Brazil. This is a real gap. The second principle is around conditions, fair conditions regarding risk, regarding health, including physical and mental health too, and how platforms can take proactive measures to protect and promote the health and safety of workers, including data of these workers. It's so important to us. The third principle is fair contracts, about terms and conditions should be transparent, always accessible to workers, and is free of clauses which unreasonable exclude liability on the part of platforms, and should be consistent also with the terms of workers' engagement on the platforms too, independent on the classification as workers or so on. And the principle 4 is regarding fair management. And so platforms have to show us due process for decisions affecting workers, and workers must have the ability to appeal decisions affecting them, such as disciplinary actions, deactivations, and the use of algorithms need to be a little bit transparent and results in equitable outcomes for workers. And so the platforms should be an identifiable and documented policies that ensure equity regarding gender, race, equity in the way workers are managed on a platform, in the hire, discipline, or fire of workers too. And so the principle 5 is around fair representation. So what's the mechanisms which worker voice can be expressed regarding democratic governance and so on, and how platforms can ensure fair representation regarding workers' organizations. So these 5 principles are applying to 26 countries now regarding they call gig work and cloud work. I don't agree with these names because cloud work, the cloud is so material, it's not exactly cloud. And the gig work, I will tell you about my disagreement. But we evaluated both rider and drivers, and also Amazon Mechanical Turk, Workana, and so on, regarding also in our reports. So some questions to our panel is that in Latin America, so far, no platform has scored below 3 in a maximum of 10 points in our recent Fair Work reports in Latin America. Is this different from in relation to Africa, for instance? Last week, we launched a Ghana report, and we have 3 platforms above 5 points in a maximum of 10. But in Latin America, no platforms have reached around 3 or 4 or something like that. And what are the gaps? Maybe the over exploitation of work in this region, and how the platforms are over exploited these workers. This can be a thing. Or what's the how can we move some fair work principles to ensure this fair work principles in Latin America? But for me, it's not a simple question to name fair work principle as Eurocentric, for instance, because the platforms, even in Brazil, the platforms are wanting to put alternative fair work principles. I will give an example. There, a Brazilian think tank is building an alternative fair work principles, like creating lowered fair work principles, and they want to write a commitment letter to platforms regarding fair work principles in Brazil. For me, this is a try to fair washing. This is a main concern of from our side, is how to prevent lobbying and PR actions from platform regarding fair work principles, because we discovered that this think tank want to publish this alternative and lowered fair work principles after our report launching in Brazil. And so this type of lobbying and PR actions is a very concern regarding our tentative in trying to regulate and promote, in real promote decent work, because the expression, the grammar of fair work is also on the move of CEOs too, and how to prevent this fair washing or something like that. And to finish, we have to promote and incubate and prototype and accelerate alternative platforms to local platforms, worker-owned platforms, or the well-named platform cooperativism. But beyond a New York framework, only by Trevor Shaw's perspectives, we want to put beyond we want to put principles of platform cooperativism from the global south and from below. For instance, the homeless workers movement in Brazil created an application called Hire Who Struggles, connecting workers from homeless worker movements and people who needs workers of painters or designers or so on. And it's an example, neither exactly a platform, neither exactly a co-op, but trying to put and build alternative technologies from below. And so for me, there is another gap regarding connecting the connections around workers organizing and workers organizations and open technologies and free technologies movements and hacker labs, even in South America and in Latin America, with a great history around open and free technologies. Yesterday, a colleague, Karen Gregory, published in Wired an interesting piece regarding worker data science can teach us how to fix the gig economy and around worker-led observatories and how this worker data science can improve worker conditions and worker experiences and worker knowledge about their own work. And this can be very powerful. Another important thing, important gap, and how to ensure data stewardships and how to promote also data co-ops in the platform co-ops and beyond the platform co-ops. So the data stewardships and data co-ops are a type or a trying to fight against data colonialism too. So these are my initial thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Grama. Very insightful comments, and I'll just shortly pass the floor to Alina, please. Alina, thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here. Please.
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you for having me here, and thank you for the very interesting presentations, Uma and Rafael. So my name is Alina. I am an external collaborator at the International Labour Organizations, and I have been working on platform work related issues. And in my brief presentation today, I will be picking up from where my colleague Dr. Umarani left off, and I will explore two main things. So on the first part, I will examine some examples of local regulatory initiatives in the field of platform work, as well as actions from platforms and social partners in an effort to showcase the diversity of policy action in this area. And in the second part, I will briefly examine some areas of law beyond labor law, primarily data protection and the emerging law of artificial intelligence, which are also very crucial in ensuring decent work on platform work. And so, as Dr. Umarani pointed out, there are certain principles of decent work which are rooted in ILO instruments and which should apply to workers irrespective of employment status, and notwithstanding their often limited scope of applications in ILO instruments. And countries have been very active in implementing these principles, with regulatory action taking roughly three broad forms. So the first one is to universalize certain standards, and arguably this is a more inclusive and effective form of regulation, and it's in line with the spirit of the ILO Constitution as well. So one example, in India, for instance, in 2020, the government adopted a code on social security which applies to all workers, irrespective of employment status. And in a similar vein, in Australia and New Zealand, occupational safety and health laws apply to all workers, and they do that by adopting statutory language which is more inclusive. So for instance, instead of saying employer and employee, they say a person conducting a business and a worker. Now, the second form of regulatory intervention in the field of platform work is to adopt measures specific to platform workers. And this can happen either by way of state regulation or through a judicial decision. So, for instance, in France, the French labor code allows self-employed platform workers to engage in collective action, and it also invites platforms to adopt charters, which should include, among other methods, to help workers obtain a decent price for their services. Another example of a judicial decision this time in Sao Paulo in Brazil, a labor tribunal recognized the right of workers on a delivery platform to have their health risk reduced through health and safety regulations, and also recognized the liability of platforms in this area. Now, regulatory interventions that are specific to platform workers, their main limitation is that they fail to address broader trends of misclassification, informality, for which platform work is arguably only one example. And the final broad form of regulatory intervention in the field of platform work is to reclassify platform workers as employees, and therefore to bring them within the remit of labor and social protection. And this again can happen by way of state regulation or judicial decision. So, for example, in Spain, earlier this year, there was a law that requires delivery platforms to reclassify their riders as employees. And at the same time, courts all over the world have increasingly been reclassifying workers. And they have been doing that by adapting the constitutive elements of the employment relationship, which are namely direction and control, to the realities of platform work. So they have been finding that things like the GPS tracking of platforms, their determination of crucial aspects such as setting the price, matching the users, deactivating users, all of these are indicative of a lack of a true entrepreneurial activity, and therefore they are indicative of an employment relationship. Now, the problem with judicial decisions regarding the status of platform workers is that they often conflict with each other and they can create regulatory uncertainty. But at the same time, they're very important because gradually they are leading to more inclusive definitions of worker. And that will be crucial to ensuring decent work for emerging forms of work. Now, social partners and platform companies have also, for their part, been taking action to ensure decent work. So, for instance, an example that is often quoted in the literature is the collective agreement between the United Federation of Danish Workers in Denmark and the Hill for Cleaning platform, which allows workers to transition to an employee status. And when the agreement was passed, more than 1/3 of the platform workers chose this. Another example is from Germany, where trade union IG Metall has established a crowdsourcing code of conduct and also an ombuds office that resolves disputes between workers and signatory platforms. Now, moving on to the second part of my presentation, the current limitations of regulatory initiatives and of international labor standards to deliver on decent work have often been counterbalanced by developments in other fields of law. And I would briefly like to focus on data protection law and the law of artificial intelligence. So data protection law is very important for platform workers. And this is for two reasons. First of all, because data is central to the business model of platforms. And second of all, because data protection laws apply to workers irrespective of their employment status. Now, in this field, Europe's General Data Protection Regulation is in many ways a standard setter, and What it does is that it lays down a list of individual data rights, such as a right to data access, data portability, data erasure, but perhaps most importantly, from a platformer perspective, a right not to be subject to automated decision making. And the reason I say this is because automated decision making is central to key aspects of platforms operations, from setting prices to matching users to deactivating them and so on. So this right really has the potential to address the opacity at the heart of these systems, which is also the root concern of platform workers. And the scope of this right was tested earlier this year for the first time in cases brought by Uber and Ola drivers in the Netherlands. And in the case against Ola in particular, which concerned a automated system of giving monetary penalties for invalid rides, a court for the first time recognized a right to obtain information which explains the logic of a automated system. Now, rights concerning automated decision-making are also found in data protection laws around the world, but often in more limited scope. So, for instance, in the Brazilian General Data Protection Law, we have a right to review decisions based on automated decision-making. So not a right not to be subject to them to begin with. Now, another data-related issue I would like to touch upon is the issue of collective data rights. Because what happens on platforms is that we have the default extraction and ownership of data by the platforms themselves, which means that workers are very often unable to leverage the intelligence of their own data to, for instance, engage in effective social dialogue and improve their conditions of work. So we very clearly need a data governance framework that will shift ownership rights to data from the entities that collect it to the individuals that produce it. And there have been some regulatory recommendations in this area. So for instance, a regulatory committee in India has proposed such a regime, so collective ownership of community data through measures which include, among other, mandatory data sharing. And moving on to the final part, laws that regulate AI applications are also very important here because, as I mentioned, platforms use automated systems and algorithms to determine various aspects of the services. And laws that directly regulate technology hold a great potential to address issues of fairness and transparency on platforms. And though they are at a nascent stage, they are increasingly gaining prominence. So, for instance, earlier this year, the European Commission adopted a regulatory proposal, which, among other, imposes certain requirements to artificial intelligence systems that pose a high risk. And these are those that we also find in an employment context. And these requirements include things such as human oversight, enhanced data quality, reporting obligations, and more. But what I would like to point out is that there is really a need for regulation of AI that comes from the labor sphere as well, and which outlines a clear role for social partners vis-a-vis applications, AI applications in the workplace. And to conclude, as my colleague Dr. Umarani pointed out, in order to ensure decent work on platforms, we really need to resolve this issue of regulatory uncertainty that is being created by having a patchwork of regulatory interventions. And to do that, we really need some form of international policy dialogue and policy coordination. Thank you very much. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Alina. Unfortunately, we will not have Thomas with us, so this means that our session in which we were expecting to have this empirical discussion will not happen. So we can go directly to our open discussion that will be led by Umarani. So I have a few questions, but I'll give the floor to you, and I'll address these questions later. So please, Uma.
Do you want me to take the floor and organize the discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you do
Okay.
that?
Yes, sure, Rafael. Happy to do that. So you've all heard different perspectives with regard to the digital labor platforms and what's been happening to the global south. And I will not disagree with Rafael when he said gig work is not new to global south and it has been there. Yes, we know it in a different name. It's called as casual labor, because you work based on, whether you get a work for a couple of hours, half a day or full day. And this has been present for decades or probably centuries in much of the global south. And this is coming up as a new phenomenon in global north. And that's one reason why it has been picked up as a gig. But I think for me, one of the most important things, and this is something I'd like to put it on the table, there are two important points that I would like to put it onto the table so that we could go about discussing. Now, I'm thinking about it from terms of a development trajectory and a development debate within the global south countries where, there's a larger notion there saying that once you have good levels of education or good education and graduate or a postgraduate, then there is an automatic transfer of that education leading to having a good job in a formal sector with all the benefits and all of it. But what you see today, and I think this is very important for us to keep that angle in mind, but what you see largely today is that you have very highly educated workforce not finding any employment opportunities, largely because we don't have a proper planning strategy or an employment policy that is there, which tries to see what is the educated workforce coming out, what is the needs of the market, or which is the direction that we need to go. Instead, what has happened is that governments have started to see that, platforms have come in, they can create employment. So let's jump onto the bandwagon. And they're all jumping up and setting up digital infrastructure, promoting all of this, not questioning the platform model itself. And I think that's problematic, according to me. And I think that is something that we need to take head on. And these highly educated workforce, I think Rafael did mention about content moderators and all of that. This highly educated workforce is not able to find employment in their own economies. So they get onto the platform, could be a stopgap or could be a permanency, because we have seen through our survey data that workers are working for a very long number of years on this, doing tasks that are far below their skill levels. Far below. So there's, complete mismatch between the education and what they're doing. Like, to give you a quick example, IT workers, that is people who have graduated with information technology or computer science, are today doing content moderation on online platforms or in new BPOs that have come in. And what is the content moderation they do? They sieve through thousands of pornographic images, war crime images, and hate speeches and check whether they should go or not. Like, they've become the new firewall for the web, saying what can go in or what cannot. So, there's a control mechanism that has come in, and these workers are doing this job. They're young. And I think for me, the fundamental question is, what is the future of them? There's huge psychological impacts that are there as a result of it. So I think the debate for us in the global south is both the quality of work and also the content of work. So, you have a digital sweatshop of labor coming in today in the global south. And how do we actually handle that? The second point that I do want to raise is something Alina talked about, the need to look at the emerging law of algorithm. And I think this is something that is very, very important, because as of now, the algorithms are part of the WTO e-commerce trade rules. They're not part of the labor law. So if algorithm directs, evaluates, monitors, and rewards, that has to be brought into the labor law. And I think that's a discussion, again, that we need to have. So I think with this, I'm going to stop and I'm going to open up, and please feel free to ask questions.
Maybe I can start. Is that
Yes,
okay?
sure, Rafael. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have some comments and questions about many aspects of things that you said, but maybe I'll just make these comments and I don't know. I will not direct. Perhaps I will direct any question to anyone, but I just want to start by commenting on the algorithm issue. And my question is, do you think that maybe algorithm transparency is an important thing to be inserted, to be part of a labor regulation in terms of, because if it did, the algorithms are managing the workers and there's no transparency, they don't know how they are being managed. Perhaps algorithm transparency can help them to know how they are being evaluated, how the labor is being allocated, and etc. My second comment is also related to that. Is if we maybe we can think of we can think of bringing labor regulations to the discussion of platform regulations, because I think all around the world, governments and social movements are discussing how to regulate the platforms. And what do you think of things also due to the necessity of algorithm transparency in terms of labor regulations? Perhaps we should bring this discussion also to the platform regulations, which is what is the best axis of to have all these regulations. And I now I have this comment that perhaps is more directly directed to my colleague Rafael, also Rafael. But this touches some points that you have been commenting until now. We have many workers in Brazil that they don't want to be, and one of the I think it's one of the major issues in terms of organizing labor around platform work is that many of them don't want to be classified as employees or workers, or in terms, they see themselves as entrepreneurs and etc. So the thing is, maybe we have some ideological challenges that I think is very important in terms of also helping to organize the labor movement, because also I'm thinking about the thing that Rafael said about the PR and the all the efforts that platforms are doing to counter the efforts of the labor movement in terms of establishing some basic conditions for fair work, and they are bringing their own concept of decent work, etc., or trying to impose or to convince people that their standards are better than other. So this how do you think of that in terms of these ideological challenges that we have? I had a final question. Oh, okay, just a comment. And it's very important to, I like this comment that Rafael made about creative workers. I think it's very important to consider also YouTubers, influencers, and people who are working on this, they and as workers, and in that sense, the algorithm transparency is also a challenge, and also this ideological question is also a challenge, because they see themselves as creative workers, but they are in day-to-day basis, they are living conditions that are very similar to any other platform workers. So just some, not random, but spread comments, and thank you for your all very insightful comments and presentations.
Thanks a lot, Rafael. Are there any other questions for the floor? I think it would be useful to take these questions and then come back. No. Okay, let me just go on the reverse order.
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
I would like
Can
to
you introduce yourself?
Yeah.
And
My name is Wojtek. I work on Fiverr, which is a platform for freelance services. So it's a global platform where people can like do things that are able to deliver by the internet. So this is like a platform where the digital work is mainly done. I think this is the most like the biggest platform that there is for such services. And I wanted to ask you about your opinion on it, because I know that the algorithm like the transparency of the algorithm is there, because the sources that Fiverr gives, like everyone can see how the sellers are based, like how the sellers are assessed by their performance. So you can really learn very much how different things that you do influence how the algorithm shows you on the website. So yeah, I want to ask about your opinion on Fiverr, because we mainly talked about the taxi drivers, the deliveries of food, but do you have any opinion on platforms like Fiverr, like maybe Upwork?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Thank you so much. If I can't see anyone else unless you've raised your hand. If you do, you can raise your hands with the button, reaction button. Okay. So let's go ahead with this round. And if you have any other thoughts, just to put it into the chat box. Let me start from the back and give the floor first to Alina to respond to some of the questions that you think you can take up from what Rafael posed.
Thank you. I guess I will touch on the algorithm transparency point that you raised. Of course, I think it is crucial. And just to give a very simple example, how can we tell whether a platform discriminates or impedes on labor rights if we cannot see how it makes crucial decisions? And everything is electronic on platforms. We don't have an employer, so to speak, a human employer to talk to. So of course, algorithmic transparency is crucial simply to be able to enforce the rights that workers already have. And there was an example of a court decision that concerned the algorithm of platform Deliveroo, which basically, if you had canceled a lot of rides, it deactivated you, but it never asked why you were canceling. So it was clearly thought that this algorithm was discriminatory. And this is kind of why we need algorithmic transparency, to see that the algorithms and the algorithmic system basically abide by these rights. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to comment at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Alina. Over to you, Rafael, to take the direct questions, and also if you would like to comment on any others that were posed by Rafael.
Apologies, may I add one thing? I'm sorry.
Sure, Alina. Sure.
maybe a source of inspiration could also be, so in many jurisdictions you have works councils have co-determination rights when it comes to the introduction of new technologies in the workplace. Now in the past this was mostly about machines, so not algorithms, so to speak, but we could potentially have a similar logic applied to algorithms. So when an algorithmic system is being implemented to a system that is being used in the workplace, workers can have a voice and can ask questions about the technology to make sure that it respects certain rights. And apologies, this was my only addition.
No worries. No worries. Thanks, Alina. Rafael, over to you. Apologies.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for your insightful questions and provoking thoughts. And first of all, about algorithm transparency, I agree regarding the importance of put the algorithm transparency in the highlight of the platform label regulation. But this understanding of transparency, algorithmic transparency, cannot be naive, because by standard or by definition, algorithms cannot be fully transparent, because maybe my colleagues from law, legal people, understanding maybe this transparency without STS backgrounds about how algorithms really work. So I think, I don't know if it's better to talk about algorithm fairness or algorithm justice, but I agree, but I disagree regarding the name and how this can be maybe a naive understanding of transparency. But I agree regarding the importance of that. I'm in Barcelona now for a short academic mission, and I talked yesterday with the people in Open Data Barcelona here, and we talked about this topic essentially, because how to, and they are working here about algorithm transparency in workplace in the mayor of Barcelona here. And this is for me a great challenge. And there is a similar debate on AI ethics area too, and similar debates also regarding PR efforts and regarding how big techs are saying they are ethics, or saying or putting the effort regarding AI ethical. And I agree about the relationships between social regulation of social media platforms and regulation of digital labor platforms. These can be more interwoven or interconnected than separate or isolated one. And for me, this it's a great challenge. About ideological struggles, I always talk about a book from my colleague Callum Kent, Writing for Deliveroo. In his book, Callum Kent put and highlights Brazilian workers in the UK 7 times. In the first time, he talks about, whoa, Brazilian workers are starting strikes in the UK. Whoa, the first strike in the UK born in WhatsApp groups of Brazilian workers. In the 7th time, Callum Kent said, whoa, but they are supporters of Bolsonaro. So the workers organizing and the ideological struggles are very complex, even in a Brazilian context. And a colleague of mine, Cheryl Soriano from Philippines, say about entrepreneurial solidarities. It's contradictory, but this play in WhatsApp groups on the streets about how the workers at the same time have organizing solidarities, emerging solidarities, and at the same time and neoliberal and entrepreneurial rationality regarding their own classification as workers and so on. On the one hand, we cannot put, okay, we are researchers and we know that the workers want. Because I see many researchers saying the workers are wrong, the workers, okay, but how to understand these contradictions and to put the thing. There are many workers saying to us, I'm not entrepreneur, but I'm trying to survive, and like a survival management of their lives, as said my another colleague Ludmila Abilio regarding entrepreneurial rationality. This is ideological struggle around the world. Here in Barcelona, I face the same thing in the riders' struggles here. Maybe without Bolsonaro supporters, but with similar challenges. And for me, another gap is regarding understanding YouTubers and influencers as workers. There are many emerging worker organizing in these areas, like YouTubers Union in Germany and Creators Union in the UK, claiming for algorithm transparency and clear rules regarding demonetization. And now I have a student researching how fair work principles can relate to work of streamers on Twitch. And it's interesting thing about Twitch workers organizing in Brazil, because in this year the Twitch streamers organized a strike here there in Brazil. And first of all, they built a Twitch union, but many streamers does not like the left wing and don't like the term union because it's more near than left wing and so on, and they changed the name from streamers union to streamers association, or streamers, I don't remember the exactly name, to put we are not from left wing. So this is another example about ideological challenges regarding workers organizing here. And maybe a spoiler, soon we will start to score and evaluate in fair work platforms such as OnlyFans. And this can be very important and a very interested, and look forward to discuss with you in the future.
Thank you, Rafael, for your intervention. And we have just about 12 minutes to go. So what I'm going to do is quickly respond to the questions that I've got from Rafael, as well as the colleague on the floor, and Alexandra, and I'll hand it over to you, Rafael, back for the closing remarks. I want to pick on the algorithmic management transparency issue too, and I understand Rafael Groman has his own view. I think when one talks about a need for algorithmic transparency, there are two things that are very important and fundamental to know. What is the data that is being used for training the algorithm? And I think this is fundamental and very important, and this is not something very difficult to make transparent. The second thing is, what are the conditions that are actually imposed to result in the kind of outcomes that come by? And again, these conditions can be open and discussed. I don't think there is nothing within the condition that cannot be discussed. And also, what is the kind of regulatory environment? And this regulatory environment can it could be regulatory environment, but it could also be an economic environment, depending upon the kind of ideology that exists, that allows something like that to go on without actually questioning it. So for me, when we think about transparency, I think about the conditions, I think about the data, and I do feel that some of this can be easily made available, which is at the moment not. One can argue that these are part of the trade secret laws, trade secrets of the companies, but minimum conditions can be easily disclosed as to, how do you come up with the kind of outcomes that you have in the end? And I think this is, again, open for debate. The second issue with regard to labor regulation and platform regulation, I'm going to pick on what Alexandra asked me and answer it together. Now, the way the ILO framework works, we cannot set up regulations overnight. There's a process that is followed. And the process is that this item has to come up for a discussion at the governing body. And we've had 2 discussions now for almost 2 years to whether we could even have a technical expert meeting on the subject. And finally, we've got an approval this year. And the 2 reports that were brought out, one in 2018 on microtask platforms and this global one looking at a whole range of platforms, were actually towards pushing for a technical expert meeting. So you need to build evidence within the ILO with regard to the subject and then make the request. And once you have the technical expert meeting, and this is where the importance of countries in the global south really comes in. So the expert meeting consists of members. It's not the entire General Assembly, but it is groups of select countries, groups of workers from certain parts of the world, and similarly employees from different parts of the world. What they try to do is not to have the worker, employer, and the government from the same country, but they disperse it because we have 189 member states as part of the ILO. So there's a representation process that goes on. And you have countries from Latin America, Africa, Europe, Asia, Americas actually represented, which speak for that particular group. So we have the GRULAC members from Latin America who speak, Asia Pacific for the entire Asia, then you have the Africa group. So your views, whatever you have, either as a government representative or a worker or an employer representative, is actually led and communicated in the technical expert meeting, where a decision will be then taken whether this item is up for discussion at the labor conference in coming 2 years for a single or a double discussion, for which then you can set up a convention, which basically then lays down what are the rules of the game, what are the regulatory situation, what needs to be done. So it's a process. It'll take a number of years for it to happen. We are hoping that this item gets picked up for at least discussion in the ILC in 2024 or 2025. And even then, it'll take 2 years. Now, it can happen that after discussion, a double discussion of 2 years, that the conference decides not to have a convention, which has happened in the case of global supply chains in the past. So we'll have to see how this entire process goes and we reach there. For us, the EU directive is really, really important within that context. And we do hope that we can make some move there. The third issue that I do want to talk about, which was raised not to me, but I do think I wanted to raise it actually earlier, is a whole issue around creative workers, YouTubers, social media platform workers, tweet streamers, and all of it. I think they're all very invisible workers, but I think one needs to actually have a better understanding as to the nature of work, the time spent, the kind of working conditions they have, the kind of earnings that they have, before we can get them into a larger regulatory issue, a larger regulatory question. Because I think that's something that we do hear about it, we do see it, but I think there's a bit more research to be done in a systematic manner. We tried touching the subject, but we felt that it is not easy to get onto it because there's not really any data that is available. But I think we need to have a much better understanding, because you do have, I've seen YouTube videos where parents use children to come up to do a video, and that generates a hell of a lot of money. So, there's a whole lot of things that are happening in the YouTube that one needs to really come down and start understanding what is it for income earning activities, what is being done for pleasure, what is being done for other purposes, because there's a whole lot of things happening there. And finally, with regard to platforms like Fiverr, actually, I could ask Alina to put it into the chat, the link to our global report that we published in February 2021. We do go and have a real deep dive into freelance and content-based platforms, where you find that the situation is probably not so very different from what you see on taxi and ride-hailing platforms. What is rather worse is what we see is that on online labor platforms, what is happening is you as a worker is competing with the global labor force. So, you end up underbidding, you end up doing tasks for free, largely because you want to have a good rating, largely because you want to be able to access work. So I think it gets even worse there. And what we have also found is that ratings alone is not sufficient, and you need a whole range of other things to actually be able to even access jobs. So there are much more vulnerabilities that you see among these platform workers online. And that is something that we really need to take head on. And many of them are very highly qualified. And that's an issue that's where I come back and say that while we sort of handle regulations for digital platforms and similar work, I think at the same time, we need to have a very clear integrated policy framework for employment policies along with industrial and technology policies, because without it, we cannot really address this problem. The reason why we have ended up with this problem is because of the massive unemployment that we have. But at the same time, we need to remind ourselves that none of the jobs that we are doing on platforms are new. They're all being done in the traditional labor market, continue to be done in the traditional labor market. And what the platform is doing is only mediating it. And it cannot use that mediating role to say that it is creating employment. And I think with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uma. I was informed that maybe in 3 minutes, they will automatically cut off our transmission. So that says something about management. And I will hand out the floor to you. Please, I'll ask you to make some brief closing statements, saying your goodbyes. And please, Alina, may you start?
Well, thank you very much again for having me here today. It has been a very interesting discussion and presentations. And I guess what I'd like to say is that what I've always found interesting, at least for about platform work, is that I think it will be the battlefield in many ways for the future of work. So all the things that are being discussed around the platform economy, what to do about technology in the workplace, how it controls workers, what we discuss for platforms will be important in the future. And it will be important to ensure protection for forms of work perhaps that we can't even imagine now that will be touched by technology in perhaps even worse ways than the platform work. I guess it sounds a bit gloomy, but thank you again for having me here today.
Thank you, Alina. Please, Rafael.
So thank you so much for having me. And for me, this topic is also a battlefield for internet governance too, because in many times, the future of work and the future of internet or future of technology were understood as isolated or something other thing and so on, and we can connect these things, and this was an interesting space to discuss and to put it and connect these things about regulation and about to promote decent work and platform labor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rafael. Please, Uma.
Thank you so much, Rafael, and it was a pleasure to be here. Thanks for this opportunity and for this very interesting discussion. I'll just end by saying that I think it's very important for us from the Global South to think about quality of work, both in terms of working conditions and content of work. And for me, the future of work is here. Let's not say that we look into it, but try to address the issues now. Thank you so much for organizing this event.
Thank you, Uma. So thanks again to Alina, Rafael, and Uma. Thank you all for that are in the attendance. It was a very good discussion, and that's it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hi everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Right.
Okay, good. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the session Changing Jobs and Skills Test Post-COVID and How Internet Can Help. This is a session of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs. And as a coalition, we are about leveraging internet for jobs, upskilling, so that we bridge the divide. And today, what I'm going to do is walk you through the key findings of our report on Internet and Jobs 2021. So this is our flagship report, and we release every year. This is the second in the series. We did one last year. Ideally, I should have been in Poland, but we all know the circumstances, but also that internet gives us the opportunity to connect online. So I have today some of the legends in the internet space joining us on the panel from US, Europe, UK, Africa, India, and China. I know some of us had problems joining, but in any case, I see my expert panelist. I have Gunjan Sinha with me. Gunjan is an internet pioneer. He is the executive chairman of Matrix Team. He is a prominent figure in the Silicon Valley and leads this space as a thinker for the future. And he has shaped the internet, a founder of search engine Who'swhere, which is sold in 1998. So you can imagine the kind of leader he is in the internet space. And Gunjan, we are very happy to have you with us.
Thank you, Rajendra. Pleasure to be here with all of you in the panel.
And I have Professor George Crooks, and he is a legend, a distinguished leader in his field. He was conferred the Order of British Empire in 2011 for his services, a medical director of NHS 24 and director of the Scottish Centre. He is currently the chief executive of the Digital Health and Care Institute, sits on several boards across Europe. Professor Crooks, such a pleasure to have you, and thanks for joining us. Professor Yungkup Kongkum. Yungkup is a legend, like Gunjan, almost 3 decades in internet, and he who actually pioneered e-health at WHO and has led that, and still a relevant authority, and sits on the ISFTH board, which has membership in 102 countries, a prominent leader. Yungkup, pleasure to have you, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks,
I have Stephen Joe, and I hope he'll be able to join us. Stephen has served as executive chairman and vice president of HIMSS Asia Pacific, Middle East. He was the director of Intel Corporation and led the eHealth group and supply chain at the Asia region. Brian Kanur, who is the chairman of the European Connected Health Alliance, serves on several startup boards. I hope he's able to join us. He had some issues. We also have a brilliant young Brian Vathagi with us. I have known her as co-founder of Digital Grassroots Kenya, Internet Society Fellow for Youth at IGF program, Mozilla Open Leaders program, and also the Google Policy Fellow. She believes in the right to internet and speaks the voices which people actually kind of avoid. And very happy to have Vathagi with you, with us. I know you are in Poland, but we are hosting it online, so it's a mix for us. But glad to have you. So what I'm going to do now today is have the key findings of this report presented. And then we will jump into having your first reactions and question and answers. And we will also take questions from the audience. So I'm going to share my screen and walk you through what our key findings of the report are. So this is our report, Internet and Jobs 2021. And before I jump into this, I must put this rider that due to COVID, we had too many surveys going on. So always has an issue in terms of getting responses. But also the other rider we have here is that the respondents essentially are those who had access to internet. So it will have that bias. And we did touch We did start this on 23rd of July this year and ended this survey on 20th November. We covered 6 continents. We covered 46 countries. And we covered 87 cities and towns. So in terms of the regions covered, I think we touched all major regions. We also looked at the age divide. And for all those on the panel, we should be discussing this issue because this survey always throws up action areas for us. And IGF being the key body advising the UN on internet issues, we need to address the issues that broaden the divide. So if you see this in terms of respondents, even 61 years and older, the percentage drastically drops. We also looked at the respondents' profiles. So 1 out of 2 respondents had a full-time employment, which is good. We have people who are working part-time. We have people who are freelancers. We have people self-employed, students not employed, students who are working part-time, not employed, looking for paid work, not employed, not looking for paid work. We also had people who lost job during COVID, retired looking for a job and not looking any job. If you look at age-wise choices, I think clearly we see, the divide, that is the age-based divide. We try to, look at these numbers from the age, from the continent, at least 2-3 permutation combinations. We have tried to analyze this data. So how did COVID impact? This is a very key thing I think all of us are concerned about. So if you look at this, 4 out of 10 said that it resulted in the decrease in income. Almost 4 out of 10 also said that their family income decreased. Maybe one of their family members had a pay cut or a job loss. And my family member lost a job, which is like 16% of the respondents. Sadly, 12% of the respondents also lost a loved one in the family due to COVID. 18% of the businesses suffered losses. Almost like 5.49% businesses were shut down. And almost 2 out of 10, the studies were adversely impacted due to COVID. So COVID on the other side had this impact. We also have the other side, which we will see in the subsequent part of this study findings. So continent-wise, if we see, I think one of the issues, and I know our experts on the panel work globally, so is an area for concern. There is also an economic divide in terms of internet access, which you will see at every time when we look at the continent-wise analysis of this study. The poorer brothers had little access, or lesser access when it comes to others, developed countries. So, well, on the number side gives us a very good picture to say 8 out of 10 have uninterrupted supply of internet. But those 20% who don't are a cause of concern, because today the world is connected by internet, and during COVID in the last 2 years we have seen the only way we connected during lockdowns was internet. And I think most of us have moved online, and we will see that in the findings subsequently how it has changed. So I think for us, the other issue is also of the access of internet. I know one of our young champions here is a firm believer in internet as a public good, which we all probably do. So if you look at even the continents, it again brings us to the developed versus developing and not so lucky nations and their populations. There is an economic divide for the internet too. So internet access, we try to figure out where do people access internet, and we do it every year in our study. This is a question that we carry every year in our thing, and we try to relate it. So 9 out of 10 have internet access at home. As I said, this study looked at people who are using internet, so we believe that this has that bias. Hopefully, as COVID phases off, we will also start doing offline studies, so the next year we have a more realistic picture in terms of what's the actual scenario out there. 6 out of 10 access internet from office, school, university. The interesting part is 80% access internet on cell phone. So the world is seeing the convergence to mobile phone. And so this is an area where probably there is an action item for us to discuss once we look at these studies, that what should we do to increase the access on mobile phones. Continent wise, if you look, The numbers again tell the same story in terms of the poorer cousins having lesser responses and access both. Quality and speed, if you look at the low and average quality, it is actually not a very good scene. And when we look at this number continent wise, it worries us. So only 4 out of 10 have high quality internet. I hope we continue with this session without any hassles. But there's always a high heartbeat, when you try to do a session like this, which is high stakes, and you always think, will my network? So this is something that we have to look at. When the world is moving towards 5G, we still have only 4 out of 10 people who have quality uninterrupted access with speed. So again, when you look at the numbers, continent wise, I think this is the story where we look at the average of high quality, low quality. It tells us where we are going. So did the internet access, help you in the following? So this brings us to the importance of internet in our daily lives now. Something that we knew, but we didn't practice. Today we have a proof and the importance of how important is internet. So 8 out of 10 believe it is helped in education and studies and research. 4 out of 10 in finding a job. 4 out of 10 businesses benefit out of internet. Internet helped me in finding a job 7 out of 10. That's a huge impact. Whether you are a student, whether you're self-employed, whether you're into business, you cannot be without internet. As I keep saying, you have to be where your people are, and today people are on the internet. Sorry, technology always tells you that it will need the human intervention. So again, when we looked at the continent wise, we can see, the regions, the more developed regions have better usage and impact both. And this presentation will be uploaded on the IGF website in a day or so for everyone. But I think the analysis continent wise makes it better to understand rather than a generalized global estimate. This is a very interesting point that has come up, that how many of the people who responded made money using internet? So 1 out of 2, which means that the lives are getting positively impacted for those who can leverage internet for increasing incomes or for incomes as such. So that's a huge number to look at. Age wise, if you see, yes, that's again an age divide that we need to look at. This also came out in our last year study, that people who are above 60 have issue of how do they leverage internet. But here also you will see from 25 to 50 you have, and it tapers down as the age increases, the utilization of internet or leveraging internet decreases. I think with increasing longevity, we have a serious issue to address, and an important one. Again, we looked at continent wise. I think numbers follow the same trend. Do you believe their job or business will gradually become obsolete post-COVID? So 2 out of 10 believes yes, but 8 out of 10 think no. And this is an area that I'm currently researching, as a project of sustainable automation, that where will it lead us? That's a different study we will release later. That's a longer study we are doing across countries, across professions, and across sectors. But for this study, the responses we got from the so-called 46 countries is that 20% believe yes, which is a serious, I think, thing for us to discuss and deliberate. Age-wise, you can see that those who are leveraging maximum have this response of yes also increasing. It decreases with age because I think the utilization is also less when the age increases for internet. So this we did continent wise, the same trend follows, not any different. So believe that you have the skills to use. So interestingly, 8 out of 10 say yes, but 17-18% say no, we don't have the skills. And that is something that we need to first dig deeper as a part of the follow-up study, is that what do they understand by their skills? Is it just the operating the internet, or it is more than that? Because access to internet also takes you to wider gamut of opportunities for leveraging technology. Continent-wise, if you see, this is the same. The developed nations have responses which follow a definite trend, and the poorer countries don't have that. So when it comes to internet, which of the following apply? So the best part is 9 out of 10 believe that internet will create local economies and support businesses. That is a very important finding. 9 out of 10 also believe internet will help local businesses to go national and global. 8 out of 10 believe it will lead to more incomes. 8 out of 10 believe it will create jobs which didn't exist today, which we know we are seeing that. And so 8 out of 10 believe that businesses will create businesses which don't exist today, but 1 out of 4 also believe that it will take jobs and kill businesses. And that is something that we should, as IGF, as Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs, I think deliberate on that how could we avoid as much as we can. To maximize the opportunities to the internet, there are very clear actionables. I think it is about trainings that we see. The internet is expensive. 10% almost believe that. The 20% of the respondents didn't know the opportunity internet offers, but they do use internet. On the policy ecosystem, I think is a big gap. So there's a policy divide too, where 6 out of 10 believe that they don't have a conducive policy ecosystem to leverage the full potential of internet. And the interesting part is 3 out of 10 will start an internet based business this year, and almost 3 out of 10 currently run a business. So I think if we look at this means a lot more going forward in the year next, that we will see that 30% increase in entrepreneurs which are internet driven. Again, we looked at the social media thing and we looked at how it is benefiting. So 7 out of 10 believe there are increases the chances of getting a job and helps in growth of business, which is 9 out of 10, which is a very interesting angle of how social media has been utilized for business. Same trend follows continent wise when we split it, and same trend probably follows when we look at age wise. So this slide, if we look at, also shapes our thinking in terms of what it means for the future of work. So if you look at 50.55, this is like 1 out of 2 people moved work totally online in the current role. If you add the second one, which is part of the role moved online, 8 out of 10 people actually change the way they work. Will this change last? Is something we will see. But will it change? For sure it will change. How long it will change, how much it will change, we'll have to see. We know a country moved to 4.5 days of work last week. So these are changes that we are seeing in terms of the definition of jobs. Same thing that is going continent wise. If you see and follow, the developed world has a different trend, developing world has a different trend. This is interesting. If you look at the numbers, if we look at 4 to 10 hours, the people that use the internet, that's a good 80.21%. That's the dependence on the internet. And if you look at 5 to 10 hours, it is 76%. That means that people are spending more time on the net, and this means that there is a whole opportunity, and the people you have to be in business where your customers are, and people are on in the virtual world. So this is again a big change that is happening. Again, age wise, if you see, brings us same to the age divide, that people above 60, you will see the numbers are little different, and others as well. So what needs to change? I think very clear messages that come out from this study is that they need entrepreneurial training and courses to make sure that they use this opportunity, a funding ecosystem, a startup ecosystem that has to be there, and uninterrupted access to internet. Entrepreneur friendly rules and regulations. If you look at the ecosystem, clearly people are articulating what exactly are they looking at when it comes to the internet. We asked them that, do you think that big companies have benefited you? So 4 out of 10 believe that they have made a significant contribution to boosting job and business opportunities, have created wealth for their founders and positively impacted life. That is 1 out of 4. 15% believe that they created wealth for the founders, but they have taken away jobs and businesses, because that's a relative question in terms of the large big tech, and this is something that we have to look, and I have made a point always at IGF meetings that we have to shape the future in a sense that do we want large number of small companies in internet, or do we want small number of large companies? That will make a fundamental difference in how we drive the economy of the world and bridge the divides. This is again the trend that follows continent-wise. So this will be uploaded, and our report will be available on the Dynamic Coalition of Internet and Jobs, a detailed report based on these findings. And I think it will be interesting for us to trigger. So I'll now stop screen sharing, and I'll move to the Q&A. So coming first is that I'm going to ask my fellow panelists, what is the first reaction on the findings of Internet and Job 2021? So Gunjan, it's to you first.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, and it's a pleasure to be here on the panel. I think one of the most telling revelations that came to me was as you shared the very last question, the point that you made around, do we need large number of small companies to really drive the equitable wealth distribution as the internet presents, or do we want a small number of large companies? And as you looked at some of the findings that you saw there, it was very clear that entrepreneurship is at the cornerstone, of all of this stuff. So if you look at the internet, and I've seen the internet develop from 1990s when I started, and right here in the Silicon Valley, creating one of the earliest search engines to where we are today. So the full potential of the internet comes because when you build local economies, creating real businesses led by real entrepreneurship. So we need education online to create entrepreneurial ecosystems. We need to build an entrepreneurial ecosystem through online learning where people can become future entrepreneurs. And I do believe entrepreneurship can be trained. I grew up in India, I moved to the United States. I know entrepreneurship can be trained, and you can start with very little to build something that is part of your dream and vision. We do need to have a funding ecosystem around it, whether it's seed funding, angel funding, VC funding. And I think public policy has to start to drive that. And we need a strong startup ecosystem. All of this has to be made affordable, because as you do that, and as you make this accessible, that's when you start to create the real promise of the internet, which is not to create the digital divide, but to create the digital inclusion, when you can have large number of small companies propelling the world economy. And that is where the future is, and that's where the public policy should be, and that's where collectively our thinking should be. And that's what harnesses the power of the internet moving forward.
Thanks, Gunjan. Sir George Crooks, what's your view? What's your take when you look at these findings of the internet and jobs?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much again for inviting me to participate. I mean, for me, the thing that leaps out at me is that we are now recognizing that connectivity and being able to be online is a social determinant of health. And we need to recognize that. And this whole issue about inclusivity as opposed to exclusivity is something that we need to actually focus on. I mean, I was interested in that a number of the slides that people were actually asking for more enabling policies within their country and within their regions to support them, both to access the internet and to get best value out of it. Because just as our last contributor said, it can be a great enabler. And for me, this is about not engineering human connectivity and face-to-face interaction out of our daily lives, far from it. It's actually about how we enable more high quality face-to-face valued care when it is needed, where it's needed, and so on and so forth. So for me, it's about intelligent design. It's making sure that we don't just have accessibility, we make sure the quality of the content that people can access can be assured and trusted. And we really haven't understood how to do that in a safe, but not over-regulated or over-monitored way.
Thanks, Sir Crooks. Yunkup, you have moved continents and you have also moved the, I would say, digital ecosystems and working at multilateral bodies, and you still engage actively across the world. What's your view on the findings?
Thank you very much, Raj. I find them quite interesting. I totally agree with the comments made by the earlier speakers. I want to preface my remarks by saying that my main focus is health, much like Georgia, talked about social determinants of health. So I see the health aspects. I look at everything pretty much through a health lens. And one of the, I saw some things in the report that I expected, the issues with connectivity, which, by the way, if you drill down further, there's one major piece that needs to come up, probably wasn't part of your remit in the study, is that of electrical power, reliable electrical power. It's at the base of everything that hurts availability of the internet in many developing countries. So that's something to be explored. The other thing that I saw, which I expected and which really calls for attention, is the equity issue. It's whether you call it inclusivity or the digital divide, there's a need, for equity, particularly in health. And when you say health in the 21st century, you're talking about knowledge-based systems for which the underpinning is information and communication technology, much like in the 20th century, it was imaging systems. In the 19th century, it was chemistry and the pharmaceutical businesses. So in the 21st century, it's digital that drives, that underpins health systems. And when you talk about digital, clearly, the internet is a huge part of that. So we cannot pretend to discuss universal health coverage, which means everyone having access to a health service when they need it. You cannot pretend to have that as a goal if you do not provide access. And when we say access, a lot of the access comes through instruments or platforms like the internet, because the major part of what happens when people seek and get health services is communicating and information sharing. There is the tactile, there's the pharmaceuticals and things that are tangible, but a huge part that underlies health interactions is information and sharing. So I see a lot of work to be done. And getting back briefly to the equity issues, the message that comes through very clearly is that equal treatment does not always mean equal outcomes, and therefore specific work needs to be done in the area of equity. Thank you.
Thanks, Yunkup. So very interesting, flow and the priorities. I think that's what happens when you get a constellation of stars. So Gunjan highlighted the importance of education. Sir George Crooks talked about health, and Yunkup brought for the important issue of infrastructure. If you don't even have electricity, what about internet? So moving this to Vathagi, you have been a grassroots worker and worked at different parts and geographies, and you're very enthusiastic about issues that matter to the free internet. What's your take on the findings of the study?
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I would have to agree with also the other speakers. And what I really found interesting about this report was your mention of the digital skills gap, and as the previous speakers also said, and at the start of the pandemic, I was living in Kenya, and in the middle of the pandemic that is still ongoing, I moved to Germany, and I could really definitely tell the differences in the two countries and what was happening. Which made me also have like another definition of what the global South is, because the city that I did actually move into in Germany, I felt like I was more in the South than when I was living in Kenya, because I was living in the capital and connectivity was much lower and more difficult here. So in terms of the skills gap, I have noticed that that the challenges you brought out in your report, there's like a variety of challenges. There's technical challenges, structural, cultural, and also like capacity challenges. And I felt that although structural challenges are always number one, we need infrastructure for social and economic equity. I feel there's also a cultural issue where different generations differ in terms of skill sets. Because previously I saw in the recent past, the UK has been trying to fill in very many job vacancies. There's about like 80% job vacancies, and 80% of the job vacancies are digital jobs. They're jobs that require digital skills. The only problem is that these companies don't want to give chances to the older, to adults. They only want to give learning opportunities to younger people, and which doesn't make sense because now we're going through a very strange period where people need reskilling and upskilling. And I like that this report pointed it out, and it's a thing that needs to be addressed. Like I feel like employers should offer ways to reskill people or upskill and change skills and find ways, probably even if they're not very digital, ways to navigate, like how to teach this other generation that doesn't really want probably to be tech savvy, in quotes, I use that loosely, into the internet sphere and the digital sphere in terms of work. So the big thing that I captured in your in this report was the digital skills gap that needs to really be evaluated, and we have to figure out how to deal with it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Patagi. It is a very interesting vantage point for the entire humanity, I think, for policymakers and those who look at economic issues. We have been talking about multiple things, and the way the world is, I think not only are the economic models, but also the internet models will have to undergo a paradigm shift. You rightly said that 80% jobs are in digital space, and you by default need digital skills if you're into anything today. Now, this brings me, I looked at this report, I looked at every aspect of this report and the last year's report. So I see that the divide in the internet world has multiple dimensions. It has a policy divide, it has a quality divide, it has an access divide, it has an age divide, it has a gender divide. The last report shows, that women are the worst sufferers because they're left behind in the digital world, sadly. And there is a funding divide. There's a divide between rich and poor nations. And the rich nations obviously stand to benefit. And most of the people on my panel today are the people who have moved from the one world to the other, from third world to the first, and seen the difference and made a big difference. But they couldn't do that in their country. Had they been, probably they couldn't have done that. This brings me to a very important point. And I remember speaking in the UN General Assembly Hall in 2011, 10 years ago, that we will have a generation 30-40 years from now saying we had an irresponsible generation that did not take care of children. We are at a very different vantage point today. We would be a generation we have not taken care of our older adults or seniors. You look at the divide. So Gunjan, this brings me to a question that where people above the age of 60 have a serious handicap in terms of not being upskilled or not being trained. As we see the longevity increases, the inclusiveness with regards to internet decreases because you're left behind. There are no courses for you, and I think you brought out this important point. You started with the point saying online education is the way to go, and that's what we need. So what are the things that you would suggest that we take care of the older adults or seniors or whatever name we would call them, because we would have to take care of them above the age of 60. They will live for 30 years. That's almost half their age.
Yeah, and Professor Gupta, I would say that the internet, as I said, is the great connectivity point, And if you start to think about online model where you can actually have the seniors in the society, people above 60, connected economically, it does two couple of things here. From a health perspective, their engagement gives them economic income, but it also gives them engagement, which is an important part of their overall ability to take care of the health. So I come back to a little bit of the economics of saying, how do we engage these people who have been, who have done many things in their lives. Now they're above 60. And in that age group, if we can example through online mentoring, education, and engagement, tap into their wealth of knowledge and experience and create an engagement of fractional work, freelanced work. And that work gives them engagement. And it's been very documented that people who are engaged rather than not engaged, help end up living healthier lives because it gives them an occupation, it gives them economic income, it gives them ability to access healthcare and other things that come with economic ability. So I really go back to saying, how do we connect the internet and have a network of online resources and education for the seniors, or mentoring for the seniors. And this mentoring can happen by other seniors who are in a privileged countries and privileged spots, but also from younger generation as a give back, because it's the trust between the younger generation and the older generation to engage in a social fabric which the internet can actually create. So I can totally envision a future where younger generation are actually mentoring people who are in the seniors to be able to help them engage better and build an economic platform for the seniors.
Excellent. I think this can be a big leveler. It can also be a big connector, and this brings back us to the point of that we are humans. I think we cannot close our eyes to the reality that's with us. Sir George Crooks, your views on how to bridge this divide, which is age related.
I think this is a really important point. And just to build on what was just said earlier, we need to be able to unlock the knowledge, skills, and experience that each and every one of us, whatever our position in society, has through that lived experience and make that available to the community. And it is about being valued and feeling valued that actually promotes well-being. Now, we all know that user-centered design is key to unlocking that. And we really haven't invested the time and effort in doing that. We design, wherever you are in the world, most public services are configured in a way where you have to change the way you interact with the service to be able to access it. Whereas we need to be able to access services on our own terms. We need to be able to access education and training on our own terms. We know that people now learn best through watching videos, not reading books or sitting in a lecture hall. We need to make those types of things accessible, and the internet can do that. But we need to talk the language that people can understand and not talk down to people. So for me, it all comes down to user-centered design. And however you cut it, there needs to be brave policy leadership wherever you are in the world to drive that forward, as well as building on bottom-up support. So it's all about communities. They may be geographical communities, but what the internet does, it allows you to bring together communities of interest to actually empower, engage, and enable. And I just think there's a great opportunity. We just need to realize how to harness it properly.
Thank you, Sir Crooks. You covered the important point and the area that you have been involved in. I think the point that is made about the user-centered design and the fact that we need to speak the language that people understand. And the point he makes is more profound when you consider the age, their experience, and their experience for the new world, which is totally different. We talk about metaverse today, something that we didn't talk 3 years ago. And 3 weeks ago, we made it like a big thing. Everyone is talking about metaverse. So Yumka, what do you feel, we need to avoid a big catastrophe. And if we leave these people behind, unskilled, not knowing the internet and the way we are seeing the usage, we would be creating a physical health problem, we'll be creating a mental health problem for them. How do we avoid that using the internet besides engagement? I think Gunjan made this very important point about engaging them. How do we address that? Over to you, Yunka.
Thanks again, Raj. I think very good points have been made by the previous speakers about how to engage the elderly. Let me just underscore these recommendations made earlier. If you look at the European Commission's Active and Healthy Aging, it's a model that rests on a number of platforms, and two of those platforms are lifelong learning and community engagement. So very much in line with what my colleagues have been telling us, and that if you want to live longer in an active, high quality life, you need to engage. There are also things like, food and nutrition, healthcare services, et cetera, but engagement and lifelong learning. So I think the solution stems from there. And as George said, if there's bold leadership at the policy level to provide the environment within which this learning, lifelong learning takes place, then I think we're off to a great start. I find it sometimes it's quite intriguing that for the longest time we've been trumpeting the value of people-centered health services. And for quite some time, if you looked at what that meant was when a patient went to a health setting, the descriptions about people-centered health services started with what the services could offer the patient, as opposed to, I think what you were saying, George, is what does the patient want and where can they get those services? It's a totally different mindset from looking at everything from what the services do as opposed to what people actually want. And guess what? The most abundant resource on the health system is the people who serve various roles. They can be the clients. I don't like the word patients. They can be the clients. They sometimes could be providers. They could sometimes be stewards of the system. And these are the three major categories that people play in health services. So everybody has an interest in making sure that we leverage the power of technology to improve all aspects of the health system. How do you do it for seniors? I think seniors, and I have a vested interest in this because I'm one myself. I think seniors, we have so much to offer. Going back to knowledge, think about, let's just take three of the, if you're not a senior, please forgive me. Let's take the three gentlemen, the three of us who I think are seniors here. If George knew everything that I knew, and I knew everything that George knows, and our colleague from California knows, just think about the power of being able to solve all sorts of problems. So knowledge sharing, in my view, is the one paradigm that can make us achieve leaps, quantum leaps of success in whatever issue we're addressing in the health space, for sure, because of two facts. One is that we use only a tiny fraction of what we know. So we need to bridge what we used to call in the noughties the know-do gap, apply more of what we know. And secondly, have more people share what we know with many more people. If we did those two little things, I think we'd achieve so much more. So I'll end there for now, but when you get down to actual jobs creation, we also have some suggestions that we'd make, I hope, later in the program.
Thanks, Junkap. So, Bathagi, if I look at what Gunjan, Sir Crooks, and Junkap said, so if I look at all what they are suggesting, internet can provide quantum power to solve the biggest challenges of humanity. But you cannot remain disconnected. You need to engage.
Yes.
So, as a young activist, enthusiast, and person who has been a policy fellow, how do you see the world ahead? What do you do?
Yeah, well, I really like the suggestions that or the opinions from all the gentlemen. There's opinions that have been given. I especially like the citizen-centered approach. I think that's truly the way to go, because what's the purpose of all this? We have to look at the citizen, and I love the that I didn't even know it was one of the UN goals, the harnessing technology to enable lifelong learning. And I believe that's really important for the all people in all stages of life in general. Everyone, it's important to be able to use, you know, the tools that we all have around us to be able to enhance our lifelong learning. And this can bring me to an example of when I moved from Kenya to Germany, and my doctor couldn't send me an email because they didn't know how to use an email. And it was my first time personally to see a fax machine. So, which means they have technology already. It's just that there's just different types of technology right now. I mean, it was really a very new experience. I have never seen a fax machine in my life, and I saw one, and so actually I was taught how to use a fax machine, so someone else can be taught how to use an email, or you know. So, and I think we can just all use technology in a different way. And the first thing, which I think was the spirit of every speaker's point, was we have to like size up the problem, see what really everybody needs, and see how we can set up plans to build a workforce environment digitally to improve how things work in future. Like for example, people might have different interests in different stages of life, and these days we've kind of seen, like from 1900s or from even the 1960s, 70s, people had to have like a college degree or whatever. These days you can be hired without a college degree. Even some of the richest people are 16 years old on TikTok. So we have to appreciate that times are changing, and not everyone can be the same. So people can have a different skill at 50, a different one at 70, a different one at 80, and a different interest at the same time. And I feel I have been the same way in my career, and I believe people are different at different stages of their lives, and we can't expect the same tailor or the same graphic designer to want to be a graphic designer later. So we have to just see what the problem is, what needs to be changed. Do we need to upskill them, reskill them, change their skills, and how can we harness technology to do these things? So that's
Thanks, Patagi.
how I feel.
Thanks, Patagi. Absolutely. You know, I was among the 9 people who were involved in drafting the national education policy, and I totally agree with what you say. I think that the time of the 4 world campuses is done. Gunjan made this point at the very beginning, opening it with saying online education is the way to go. I think the time has come for us to relook at education beyond 4 walls. It's 5 fingers. You know, digital is digits, digits is fingers. So that's where it is. The digital is not just about the world, it's about these digits. Having said that, the study said that half of the people have moved fully online. If you look at people, you know, moving part of the jobs online, it's above 80%. Now, will this mean that the definition of jobs will change, which used to be 9 to 5, which is no more 9 to 5? We all know it for now last 2 years. So Gunjan, you have seen all ages of the internet. I don't think we even thought about computers when you launched Who's Where, the first kind of search engine. You're a pioneer in this space, and you have been a leader in this space. Now, looking at this journey of almost 4 decades, do you think that the definition of jobs will change in the age of internet? And if that is going to change, what would that mean?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Dr. Gupta. I do think that what internet presents is an ability for an amazing environment of online collaboration, and jobs that were originally thought of as monolithic jobs are going to become collaborative workflows. What I mean by that is, let's say 3 of us, one could be three people can come together to do something in a faster, better, cheaper way, in a more effective and efficient way, to make something happen that traditionally would have been one person's contribution in a more monolithic sense of the word jobs. So I feel you're going to become more fractionalized, task-oriented, freelance-oriented environment, and tethered by technology and software that allows people to be able to collaborate effectively on literally micro tasks. And that fragmentation and will lead to hyper specialization. And the hyper specialization is a very powerful concept, because if all of us can specialize in our little things that we really become good at, and we can stitch that together on demand in the cloud, coming together to solve a particular problem or deliver a particular task, that is where the future is in my mind. So micro tasks, hyper specialization, global collaboration that enables all of this is, I think, where the world is going, in the next 5-10 years, as I see the power of the internet and technology ahead of us.
Thanks, Gunjan. I think very, very important and deep statement you make. And if I, understand it correctly, the jobs in office are moving to jobs on the cloud, which effectively means collaboration, micro jobs, specific, task oriented, and it's projects, not jobs. That's a big transition, but that's the way the world has moved now. Sir George Crooks, what do you think about this? What's the new job scenario definition for you?
I absolutely agree with what's been said. I mean, we begin to stop noticing the change because it is so subtle, but it is so large. So, for example, everyone who's part of today's session, 10 years ago, we were using money as currency in our purses or in our wallets or in our pockets. I can't remember the last time I paid for anything using coins. It is all now online. The COVID pandemic has meant that we've been celebrating family special occasions virtually. We have been, believe it or not, ordering meals from some of the best restaurants in the UK that get delivered to your house. So in fact, we're not only creating economic advantage through new online services, we're also creating manual and other jobs supporting that cloud-based infrastructure. And this is the way we're going to go. But really going back to the last point, which is really important, we have got significant challenges around the world. We've got the issues around about climate change. We've got the issues about inequality and equity. We've got the major challenge around about coronavirus. And that needs collaboration. The days of us being able to rely on the knowledge within our own communities, within our own countries are over. The virus, for example, doesn't respect international boundaries. Knowledge should not respect international boundaries. A bit like how we used to deal with our money in the past. Anything that was valuable, we locked up in a physical building, which we called a bank. People were ridiculous and bought, great masters' works of art. And rather than putting it on the walls of their house or a gallery to look at, they locked it in a vault because it was so valuable. Nobody got to see it. And that's what we've done with our intellect up until now. And we're only now liberating that and putting that out there. But actually, going back to what we said earlier, everyone has got something to contribute. You don't need to have an IQ of 150. It's having lived experience, and being able to share that lived experience is fundamentally important. In the healthcare system, we have demonstrated that a newly diagnosed diabetic aged 50 who is a manual worker in the building industry has difficulty relating to a 25-year-old young doctor telling them how to manage their diabetes. But if we put them in touch with another 50-year-old manual worker in the building industry who has got diabetes, who then explains how they manage it in their day-to-day life, because they understand the lived experience of an individual. These things are more powerful and more effective. So we have to stop thinking in the way we have in the past and really open our minds to the new opportunities.
Thank you, thank you. Yungkap, we also know the other change that's happening. On one side, we are saying we need to skill people, but the other side, we have machine learning. Things keep advancing with the algorithm. So how do you see, the definition of jobs changing in your stream in the times to come? Will we need more people, professionals like doctors, nurses, physiotherapists, or will machines be doing a job? How do we bridge those divides?
Thanks, Raj. Very key question. But let me just, before I respond to that, just echo and thank the previous speakers, Gunjan and George and Watagi. The idea of collaboration, I think, is just fundamental and capital. So I want to inform everyone that the International Society for Telemedicine and eHealth, which I serve as executive director, has an initiative called the Global Knowledge Commons. It's based on the principle of answering the question, who is doing what, where, how well is it working, what can we learn from it, and what can we share and reuse from it. I think it's a very powerful paradigm, and we'd like others to join us in this effort. Now to your question, I think if you look at what we've learned from the pandemic, COVID has taught us a lot, but I think the major lesson is that we can do so much more than we used to think before from wherever we are. So the idea of tele, and you can add any suffix that you want, telework, teleplay, dining, almost. All of these things, you can add whatever suffix you want, and there's a possibility in our future. Because I believe the pandemic has served as a global proof of concept that we can do these things, even from wherever we are. So if you translate that into the health sector, for example, you notice that in health, I think the job functions are very disjointed. You have functions that are performed by a doctor, functions performed by a nurse, functions performed by this. I think we need to go, and the internet and the future will let us go in that direction, to where we have many more categories to fill the gaps between the various existing categories. I'll give you a clear example. In many African health systems, there is no such position as a physician assistant. You either see a doctor or you see a nurse. We need that space between the two sets of functions covered by a professional, recognized professional. So pretty much going to what Gunjan pointed out, where everybody has a tiny sliver of the spectrum of functions to be performed to keep a society healthy, and they specialize in that bit, but you, to borrow your term, Gunjan, stitch them together with collaboration and connectivity. So it's a wonderful ideal to look at, but it's a long way to get there. So I think that's what the future holds. Health, in health alone, the internet has the possibility to create so many opportunities for work. We know now that pandemics are going to occur and occur and occur again. So pandemic preparedness alone provides opportunities for remote monitoring of so many parameters. There are jobs to be created in these areas, developing the devices to capture sensors, to capture these the biological and physiological data, systems to AI, for example, to analyze the data and make predictions and do models. There's so much more that we can do, with the internet, in the health system. And this will create many positions, as I said. So this is just a small example. There are many others that one can think of. So I think the automation is not going to replace health workers, not by a long shot. What the automation would do is transform them, much like the word processor did not obviate the need for a secretary. It simply transformed him or her into an executive assistant. Nicer title. Sounds more impressive. So that's what is going to happen in health as well, where the health workers are going to be transformed into e-practitioners, and the clients of the health system themselves are going to be transformed from passive observers in the health, passive observers to active participants in the therapeutic or health restoration processes that they engage in. So I think it's a win-win for all of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Yunkab. You're always brilliant in articulating how technology helps. Vatagi, you are, the one who is the future, where you are, and given your diverse roles as a policy fellow with Mozilla, Google, and others, being very active on IGF, I've been seeing you for a couple of years. How do you see the job scenario? Where do you see yourself being ready to do, and what to do in the next 5 years, given the way internet and automation is growing?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the previous speakers. That was very enlightening. I also like that example of the word processor, because I was thinking we still use accountants despite the fact that we have spreadsheets, so that was really good. So yeah, the internet is really not taking away jobs, it's just changing jobs. So in answering you, there was this report that was done by the World Economic Forum, where they were checking how many job losses will occur because of digitalization. And so job losses were estimated to be about 5 to 10 million. And then they further did another research where they were looking at how many jobs will be created. And the jobs that were estimated to be created by digitalization were 58 million. So when you compare those figures, we can just say, I mean, if you're a utilitarian, you will say, let's have the more jobs and let the 5 to 10 million jobs be lost, and let's have the more jobs. And I am of that point of view. But at the same time, I also feel that what will happen to these people who've lost their jobs? So my mind is that we need to find a way to make sure they do something. As we've been talking, the whole theme of this panel has been, we have to make sure everybody is included. So inclusivity has been a running theme, and we have to think, how can we include them? So at the same time, I see problems that will occur in future because of digitalization. I mean, we are already in a pandemic, a disease pandemic, like a physical pandemic, right? And there's been talk since the pandemic started, cybercrime has been rising and stuff, like by 900% in countries like the US. And there has been talks in many places of a cyber pandemic. So, but I think the thing with the COVID pandemic was lack of preparation. So I think if we are going to digitalize and we want to move to digital work and stuff like that, how are we going to prepare? Because we're talking about the future of work, right? How are we going to prepare for such occurrences? Like, how would we prepare for the future of the cyber pandemic? People have been saying it could lead to the bringing down of the grid, the power grid. I mean, conspiracy theorists, but I don't feel like it's a conspiracy theory, because sometimes the cyber pandemic could be too wide. And then also we have to think, if something like that were to happen, since we want the future of work to be digital and everyone included, then what do we do? What do we do then? Because everyone just knows, wake up, sit in my computer, or touch my phone or laptop, blah, blah, blah. And no one knows, everyone will be like, oh my God, how do I make something like salty water drinkable? Things like that. Like, physical skills since we've moved completely digital. So how I see it in the future, I don't feel that digitalization and building digital skills is to replace the physical element of life. I feel like it's to improve it and make it better. So my suggestion would probably be smart work. I would say something like smart work, like the way we do a smart city, something like smart work. And smart work is for the benefit of the citizens, building and increasing the livelihood of the citizens. So as long as it's making the lives of the citizen better, I think we go with it, because at the same time, digitalization has its own bad outcomes. Also, climate change is surprisingly one of the sessions I attended on Tuesday affected by digitalization, like data processing, like too much data processing is bad for climate. And I attended a session called green data processing, and that's something I had never thought about. And my mind is that at the same time as we're like, oh yes, let's do digitalization, go to work the way I could never, I want to do just stuff online. We have to think in terms of how far is it making things better and how far is it making things worse, and like find a kind of like strike a balance. So I don't enjoy the term remote work. I enjoy more the term smart work, because smart work means, okay, I am comfortable. I can take a shower on my coffee break or on my lunch break. I can walk my dog. I can, like, it's more about improved quality of life. And if I have a baby, I will take care of it or something like that. So I would be more of the idea that digitalization in the next few years will improve the quality of work, and then we will be working smart in quotes, as opposed to remote work. Let's all stay home and be on our devices. If you get what I mean. So in the future, I do love working remotely and have been for a couple of years, but I feel that I have had a better quality of life when I define my boundaries and said like do we have tools like at 5 o'clock or at 4 o'clock or whatever time that you're not contacted. There's just so much more to digitalization than just, oh yeah, you have internet and you have a computer or you have whatever and you can just work. So I feel like there's just different arenas, and we will have to, as previous speakers keep saying, and that's like a term that I will now adopt, citizen-centric, citizen-centered. I don't know which one it is, but it's putting the person at the middle and looking at solutions that are more for the person and not for innovation and all, because the point of innovation is to make the life of the person at the end of the day better. Okay.
Thanks, Vadagi. So we have next 10 minutes. We have 3 questions still to be answered, which is, as the Dynamic Coalition on Internet Jobs, we got to also answer the hard questions. So I think in the next questions, I would expect my expert panelists to be brief to a minute. So my first question is, that we have seen the divide. We need to find solutions. And with this kind of illustrious panel, we can't let that question go. So knowing the divide that we have, do we need a solution like the USOF, which India has? I am sure other countries also. It's called the Universal Services Obligatory Fund. So out of the auction of the spectrum for the internet, a part of the money is retained and brought back to rural areas where good connectivity is there. Now, do we need something like that in the world? An institution like IGF recommends that, let's leverage this. So Gunjan, over to you. What's your view in terms of bridging this digital divide? Do we need something like USOF for the world? You're on mute, Gunjan. Gunjan, you're on mute.
For a second. Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So, that's a great question, and I've been, thinking about, the internet is here. and we've talked about the challenge with digital divide. But I think I just want to take 30 seconds to kind of highlight one of the big tectonic shifts happening with the advent of ESG, environmental and social governance. And I think we touched upon, where the world is today with the risks of climate, the responsibility that we have towards the society, the social governance, and creating a more equitable and just platform for all the people in the world, not just for select few. So when you start to think about the intersection of the internet and ESG, and you couple that with making ESG the umbrella, and that could also be an organization. Like, in the past, we've had, organizations like the World Bank created for specific purposes. There have been organizations created for specific agenda. But if you start to take the theme of ESG and you create a platform organization whose charter is to really drive environmental and social governance globally at scale, leveraging the power of the internet and bringing down the digital divide, in that process, creating a world which is environmentally sustainable, and sustainable is a key word here. I think that is where lies the answer, but it does need an organization to be created. Our risks right now are inherent to the planet. There is no plan B. We got to take care of this planet. And the organizations like UN got created, after the world wars and so forth. I think the very existence of this planet is at risk here. So when you think about it, an organization, Dr. Gupta, that you suggested, makes a lot of sense. But I would make the charter of that organization to really leverage the power of the internet to deliver the real promise of environmental and social governance at scale, to create equity, diversity, and inclusion, and use that as a platform organization.
Thanks, Gunjan. So we have exactly 5 minutes left. So I would go back for key takeaways, starting with each one, because we got to also minute the proceedings, which will get uploaded. So first, Wathagi, for you, your key takeaways on the internet and job scenario in less than a minute.
The internet and job scenario. I believe the internet and job scenario is very promising, and contrary to popular belief, because of what you said, it got to my mind. I don't think we need more organizations, because we have already too many. And what are they doing? Why are they not doing stuff? And they should be doing things. And so we will just have organizations for the sake of having them, and they should actually be doing things. And I think there's so many organizations in this sphere that can work together to bridge the divide. And the other thing I think is that education is really important. There's very many educational programs that provide incentives. For example, here in Germany, for older people or someone who is unemployed, there's this running ad that always happens. Are you employed in Germany? Here, come learn for free and then get a job, and then you can only pay us once you have a job and we give you a job. So creating incentives in such a sphere in internet and jobs is important. And I feel like in the future, if we have a more people-centric, user-centric, citizen-centered approach, we are on the right track.
I need to close this. So you got 30 seconds, UK takeaways.
My key takeaway is that the internet is great for the economy, period, and all sectors of the economy. But to get the most out of it, we need to learn from one another. And hence my plea for a global knowledge commons, even in the area of the internet, particularly in the area of the internet, because my thesis is that there is no challenge being faced by any society on this planet that hasn't been faced by somebody else somewhere, and perhaps in many cases, solutions already have been identified, or at least what can contribute to solutions. So sharing.
Thanks. Sir Crooks, for you, last 30 seconds to put your views on what should be the key takeaways for this session.
Okay, three things summarizing what we've heard. connectivity should be recognized as one of the basic utilities alongside water, electricity, and sanitation for the future, for all the reasons you've heard. Secondly, we need enabling ICT architectures that put the citizen at the heart of everything we do and the point of data connectivity for the future. That's the second one. And the third thing, the key enabler, is brave and bold leadership to take this agenda forward across nations.
Thanks. Gunjan, you have the last word, 30 seconds. You're on mute.
I said it, Dr. Gupta, I said it, I'm a big believer in kind of entrepreneurship, online education. And if you intersect all that with the power of what's coming through ESG to help bridge the digital divide, I think that's where the answers lie. And that's where we should be focusing on collectively as a civic society.
Thanks, Gunjan. A very interesting discussion, a very actionable discussion. I'll follow through all this in our report and subsequently later connecting with each one of you. I think beyond bold leadership is the leadership at every level. I think we're going to change it. We're going to leverage internet for jobs, upskilling, and make this world happier, better, prosperous, and sustainable. Thank you all so very much, and thanks to IGF for giving us a wonderful platform to share our views and to shape the future of internet. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.